Good morning, turtles. Welcome back to Tim Budditt's Indie Adventure. I'm Tim Budditt. This is my Indie Adventure. Good morning, good morning. Whew. I'm not done setting up the YouTube thing, though. Nearly done, but gotta get this opened. Yeah, there we go. Good morning. Okay, so that's all set up. Twitch is all set up. Not necessary. We got business review, and where the heck are my tabs? Isn't that all my tabs? Why was business closed? Business and goals shouldn't be closed. A little sus. You feel like you have more than you should. Because you do. Weekly plan shouldn't be open twice. Roadmap shouldn't be there twice. Indie Tavern shouldn't be there twice. Weekly plan shouldn't be there 3 times. The hell is with this stuff? They got some serious bugs with their little these things. Good morning, turtles. No first place today. Second place, third place. I almost forgot about business review this today. Yeah. I mean, technically we usually do it on the first Sunday of the month, but this is a good one for the last Sunday because basically tomorrow's the last day of the month. We'll do a review of March now, and that way we don't skip the whole first week of April. Speaking of, next Saturday, maybe not even next Saturday, just Saturday, we have the race. Looking forward to that. Been doing some practice a little later today. But first things first, business review. That's what we're doing today. That's going to be this little thing. And we want to make a copy. Copy of this document. And it's going to be 2025-03 Indie Tavern. Zoom, zoom. That would be of March 2025. Can't believe March is basically done. I know it's not finished yet, but woof. Oh, we can't do this yet. I mean, we kind of can. But my bank isn't going to have the statement that I like to use. And I know I'm not spending any money the last couple days today or tomorrow, so it should be absolutely fine. I tend to not spend money in the last week of the month, or at least the last few days of the month. I don't like money being spent on one month and actually coming out on the future month. It sort of messes with everything in my head. Hey, don't play the music out loud. Play them in my head. Okay. Qualifying has finished for the day. Interesting. I'll get first place trophy then. There we go. Sweet. Yep, that was all me. We're looking for bank accounts. Bank account informations. Why do you need to do two-factor auth? Give me banker details. I'll take care of it for you. Why, thank you, Monica. That's so nice. We sent a security code to your phone. That's great. Continue? Yes, this is a trusted device. I've told you this every time I've entered this bank. Please. Please. Okay, so that's that information. This information's over here. You guys came out on the 25th. I feel like I did that earlier, but okay. Okay, let's go fill in the information over here. Let's do this. Patreon. Patreon gave me money. Patreon payout for March 2025. Went into business checkings and we got 63 whole dollars. 45 cents. Thank you, patrons. Need to find a way to make that a better deal for people. Sweeten up the pot. That would have been on March 4th, by the way. And then on March 13th, we got money from Twitch. Thank you, Twitch viewers. Those who have subbed and all the good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got a Twitch payout. Twitch payout for March. Went into biz checkings. $217.68. Look at that. We got some cents. And we did not get a Steam payout because didn't make enough. Boo. But we did get money from here. You're almost there to be billionaire. I am? Wow. That's the wrong savings account, isn't it? It is. Oof. 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 And on March 20th, we got savings and checkings. We'll do the calculating thing. This is a penny. If this is not a penny, I'm going to be shocked. I'm just going to type it in right now. We will poke over there in a moment, but planner. Bank interest calculator. The before is this number. And the after as this number, and the claimed. Oof! Interest rates fell down, huh? Jesus. The butts. Oh, yeah, interest rates fell down. Called it. Ouch. That puts a sting on things. It's like 50 bucks less. Maybe even 60, I don't know. Nearly 100? Ouch. That hurts. What are we doing? Let's ignore that little bit and claim. This is like actually kind of important for me. I know it's not real income, but it kind of is helping slow down the bleed. And now it's going to let me bleed a lot faster. Ouch. We take that number. 22520 is the actual income. 22520. 22520. So the income for the month is 506.34. 506.34 cents. That is less than last month. 500 and crap. 504.36. Is that what I said? How could I not remember this for 3 seconds? 506.34. Look, I made more money than I thought. 506.34. Just moved the 6 and the 4 over there. Yeah, more money. That's how you do it. You just start thinking of a number lower than what you actually made. As if that could help. 506.34. Okay. How much money we spend? Ah, I'm blind. It was March 4th. March 4th, money came out. Yeah, March 4th, money came out. Date, the 4th of the month. Personally, terabytes, personal withdrawal for living expenses. Business checkings did not come out of business checkings, came out of savings. Personal draw. $1,250. Oof, indeed. How did I put 5? I said the 4th. And then on the 4th, we also paid Adobe. Business checkings. It was $42.39. Nope, you don't type here. Well, we definitely spent a whole lot more than we earned. March 11th. Oh yeah, we definitely spent more than we earned. I don't know if I can actually share this one though. I'd like to, but but we're not going to. Not without the permissions. March 11th, we paid Hygor for Turbo Boom. Turbo Boom user interface art. Just saw something about C++ to Rust translation in your ChatGPT. You're planning to convert? No. No. We were testing something for somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember what that one was for. I just winged stuff in there. The heck are we doing? This comes out of business checking. Yes. This was for a contractor. And again, you're not going to see this, so secrets, look over here. Yeah. Well, I didn't click, so... Okay, good. Check. Number is in. Next, I paid Amazon some money. Damn it. Why did we pay Amazon money? 2025. Why are we typing that out the slow way? That would have been on the 13th of the month. We paid Amazon. I would say this was for Project Turbo Boom. 2 comic books for inspiration, for story, / inspiration / study. Savings? No, this came out of biz checking, sir. The hell would you call this? Equipment? Off expenses? Supplies? Can't really call it market research. Still don't know what the difference between supplies and office expenses. Like supplies, your paper and pens, and office expense, your rent. I don't know. I'm not sure where this would fit. It's not cost of goods sold. It's not domains. It's not legal fees. It's not software. Maybe marketing. Maybe marketing. Not advertising. Maybe supplies. Maybe office expense. I'm gonna put in office expense. I don't know. Idea research. We spent $27.45 on them comic books. And the last thing that we paid for in March would have been March 25th. And we did it 3 silly times. I had to do it one by one, and I don't know why. I wanted to just click on all three and do one payment, but I don't know why. DreamHost didn't want to let me do it. Project is Tire Bytes. Domain renewal for trailing brakes. .com, .net, brakes. This would be web hosting and domains. Also, these things are way more expensive than they've ever been. It's $20 a year now. Yikes. That's starting to add up. You know what I mean? That's $60 right there. Okay. I need a secret for a moment, just in case this shows. I want to check if it shows. It does, in fact, show. $13.79. $13.79.81. I'm going to type this number in here while I can see it. $13.79.81. Now I'm going to click off so you don't see the real one. And back from secrets. $13.79.81. That's our expenses for the month. Yikes. You know what I mean? We made 500. We spent 13. Well, call it 1,400. We're basically down $900. Whoops. That's our total. 1379.81. We need to go 1379.81 minus 1250. 129.81. That's it? 129.81. Yeah, I suppose that's it. We took the artist's stuff out. It's higher than that because of... Yeah, I can't share that. What did we just say? 129.81. It's a fair bit higher than that. So we paid a bit more than this, you know. 129.81. Before we get all comfy there, we need to make sure that this says we're even. How are we going to do that? Because this bank isn't caught up and all. Let's just try it. It should be 1915.11 on that day. We haven't spent any money through there. This should be a 106.59. That is that. And let's go check it. 106.59 it is. Yay! Tim knew it. It's almost like it's always been 1 penny up. Bam! 0. We're balanced. I like being balanced. It's a good feeling. Woof. Bang. Balance. What are we doing next? Hours. How many hours did we spend in March? Technically, we're spending a few today and we'll spend a few tomorrow, so... It's not going to be exact, but we can get a guesstimate. Guesstimate for March. I don't even need to select that right now. Oof. Seriously? 100? Color me shocked? Have we been forgetting to put some hours in the sheet? I mean, I wasn't going to expect it to be up to 200. Wasn't that crazy. But I expect to be hovering around here. Like the top of my mouse. Woof. What is going on with my hours lately? I'm going to guess that we forgot to type some in. Because I know I've caught myself forgetting a couple times, and I wonder if we've forgotten more times than I've realized. 03 to 10? Like, that sounds sus. I took a week off. An entire week? I think I worked a day or something that week. I did. We worked that Wednesday. I know what week that was. I was waiting for the art, and it wasn't coming in. So I changed my plans and kind of do that. Let's try that. Twitch dashboard. Analytics overview. I mean, it says 87 hours streamed, so basically what we got for hours written. Yeah. Yeah, that's the week we're looking at here. I have forgotten about that week, so that's probably what happened. I did in fact miss a week with some sleep issues, and then I said whatever on Thursday and Friday. But I'm pretty sure I worked that Wednesday, which is definitely not in here. Did I actually skip the Wednesday and just really thought I worked that Wednesday? Anyway, let's just go ahead and leave that what that is. We need to pull that up. I need to do better. No wonder my output's low. I'm not working. Where did I write that down? Where did I write down my ultimatum thing? Zero months with fewer than 80 hours. Well, we managed to hit that mark. Not by a whole lot. Whew. Goodness. Yeah. Wouldn't say we had any mental gremlins going too badly. I mean, they are keeping me from doing the 12, 13-hour streams of the old. You know what I mean? Like, I'm certainly not capable of doing those right now. But I don't really think that's a good or bad thing that I do that I'm not doing those. I think I should be trying to do 6 hours as the minimum actual focused time. Ideally, more would be great, but I think the minimum bar is 6 hours of real focus. Cool. So what did we just call this? Call it like 97? It's currently 93. I'm going to put in 3 today. That's going to be 96. Technically, I put in 4 today. It's 97. And then whatever tomorrow. Which I can't guess. Tomorrow could be anywhere from 2 to 6 to 8 to whatever. So we're going to put in 97 for now. Because I know I'll do 4 hours today. 97 plus. Amount of money coming in, 506.34. Just slightly higher. Well, it's not really. It's actually lower than last month. You gonna make me go do this? Seriously? $225.20. $225.22. $25.20. $217.68. $217.68. Game sales didn't come through this month. Oh. And Patreon's the same. It's about normal. Got to find a way to triple this as a regular number. For long-term survival. Triple. We got to triple this as a minimum. As soon as we start tripling this number, we're gonna have to start paying more on the taxes for it. So that's why I say a minimum. It's probably quadruple that we actually need, so that after taxes we get the right amount. Expenses. Expenses was $129. Excuse me. That was a rough cough. Excluding the details for contractors, which were paid in March and in April. Web domains is 20 plus 20 plus 20 is 60 is 59.97. I believe that's correct. It's correct. Imagine that. Comics for research. research. 2745. 2745. +97 hours spent on the adventure. Most of the time was spent on Turbo Boom. Is this true? Probably. Can you get rid of the title? Yep, you can. Cool. That's my per project, sir. These are the roles per project. Turbo Boom. Yay! Look at that. Most of the time in Turbo Boom. Not lying. What I'm finding annoying is that's basically 1 week of past Tim right there. If you rewind prior to me getting the COVID crap, this could have been 1 week. I mean, I've got to let that go, but... And it really couldn't have been 1 week because there was a lot of waiting on artist. That's sort of what happened with the Week of Sleep issue. And the writing of the prefab article. Just when we got this prefab article has flopped. I'm so sad about that. It was always an option. Failure is always an option. Guys, I can't wait to show you guys the pause screen. We got a new pause screen for Turbo Boom. We got to re-implement it, but... Ooh. I showed some spoilers on the racing channel the other day. Okay. Most of the time was spent on Turbo Boom preparing. There was also some time spent... yeah, that's basically what happened. Achievements. Is there any... Yeah, art deliveries. Turbo Boom art deliveries. Not yet finished. Finalized. But we have started implementing... We've started implementing level screens of the real art in-game. And wow. Does it look so much better? I don't know if we've achieved anything else. We launched prefab article number 1 and number 2. Finished rough draft of all 5 articles. Then edit pass on number 1 and number 2. Releasing them on dev.2. Although the dev.2 and pushed it as well as I could, but didn't really gain the traction of the Discord article. It's been a bit since we checked it, so let's go check it. I have 2 notifications. Somebody's notified me. Okay, no comments though. Cool. Posts is. How do you get to just show my things? Yes. Well, we actually doubled this since I last checked it, so that's something. We got an extra heart now. This image is kind of cool. We should be using this a little bit more. We tried the best I could. Some things you try don't work. We fixed some more Mac OS stuff. Shake Soda finally got hot reloading working. But that was all for developers. Branding updates. That would be the launch up there. Anything else we achieved, Turtles? Ah, yes, we did. TurtleBrains font. TurtleBrains text with STF. Support. Currently it is always on. And that's not ideal. And there are some performance concerns. But the implementation is working on a basic level with a new shader and support for outlines and drop shadows. For real outlines. Drop shadows versus multiple text objects for the 1 pixel outline shadow. What are the current top risks of my adventure? And all of these are viable. We didn't spend much time on tech stack improvements. You could definitely argue that SDF support was tech stack, which it is, but we did it specifically for TurboBoom, not like we did it for that UI. There was a real need for it. Wasn't just me, oh yeah, let's make a prefab system because that sounds like a fun thing to do. I don't even know how that happened. It's already happened, but it's good stuff. We even went through multiple business reviews and we didn't stop and ask ourselves what happened. I mean, we did start too. This has become like a on my front of mind type of issue. Lack of marketing experience. I feel like right now my top risk is not working enough or effectively enough. I think that's my top this month. I'm also finding that I'm just adding to this list as they come up, not removing them ever. Like I can sometimes reorder it, but I don't actually remove. I mean, we have tried coming up with mitigates. I don't know if it's like super related so that we put it here or if it's a different thing, but not releasing products or creations for growth. By creations for growth, I mean something like the article that we just released. Not releasing enough. Not releasing. I mean, that is creation for growth. Could also be this demo that we're working on. Interesting. I kind of heard this thing again, and it's not the same one, but close to it. Same message. We do have a lesson learned. I put it in here. Ah. Nightly builds are important. Well, duh. Let's snooze these ads. I really wish we didn't have ads, but this is the world we live in. Nightly builds are important. Seriously. When to take a screenshot. When to take screenshots in Track Builder. But the project was in broken shambles. I don't know. It was broken. How do you get any sleep when you do all this nightly builds? Because I have my computers do it for me. I can be sleeping and the nightly builds just go all by themselves. Let the project been broken by broken state prevented this and caused an extremely stressful extreme stress spike. Extreme spike of stress. There we go. That's how we want to word this. Had nightly builds been in a good state, not ignored, these issues would have been caught and known about much earlier when the context of the changes were first made. Were still relevant. Changes were relevant. How do I want to say that? That's probably good enough, but yeah. That was a thing. What else have we learned in March? Come on, turtles. I am flying through this review. Like, it's been 1 hour and we're way more than halfway done. We need to take a little bit more time, and we haven't been doing this very well. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries for the entire month. That's terrible. We did consider pitching our nightly builds called nightly because they change every night, because they run every night. Like, if the code doesn't change in from one day to the next, then they're going to run the same build, but the thing is, while Track Builder code might not have changed during those weeks, Turtle Brains code did. Track Builder depends on Turtle Brains. By having it build every night, when I make a change in Turtle Brains, which I did, we would have caught the break in Track Builder much earlier when those changes were relevant. Like, they would have still been in my head and been like, oh, yeah, duh, we need to go deal with this. Whereas what wound up happening is we made those changes in Turtle Brains, and something like 4 to 6 weeks later, we went to test Track Builder and had to sit there for a pretty good debug session to figure out what's going on until we finally figured out, oh, this happened because of these changes in Turtle Brains. No, you don't leave the game running. That's a soak test. We build the game. We compile it. A fresh compile of not like of several projects. But the current state, and I've been totally ignoring this, but the current state of them has been in failure for a long while. And I've just been kind of ignoring it and being like, yeah, whatever. It's not too important to go spend time on. I'm trying to get the contents. Give me a second. Thunderbird's really thinking hard. Yeah, Thunderbird is really hard. Ah, there it is. Copy. So pass, fail, fail. What? Pass, fail, pass, pass. We at least got this passing now. How is ice failing if that's passing? Yeah, all of this should be a success, is what I'm saying. A soak test? Nah, bro, that's a crash test. No. You need the game to run a long time so the capacitors burn in good. That's what the industry name for that type of test is, Jank. It is called a soak test. I don't know why they call it a soak test exactly, but that is what it is. You let the game sit on a screen all night, and you come back the next morning, make sure that it hadn't. I don't call them soak tests. Sounds like this is about chemistry. Well, then you're not using industry terminology. Don't be alarmed when you confuse somebody later. Visu on YouTube asks, please explain Keymail. I'm guessing you're talking about Keymailer. Is this from a previous video I made, or what has industry technology? I assume you mean industry terminology ever done for us? It allows us to communicate. How to claim a game in Key. You'd have to talk with Keymailer on that. I don't offer Keymailer support. I've used it, but I'm not a part of Keymailer. Besides communicate, what has industry technology ever? Again, I think you mean terminology. And I don't think you can belittle communication like that. Case in point, honestly, Godot. Godot grinds my gears on this type of... It's really close to this. It is so hard to use Godot compared to other things. Monty Python did it with great comedic effect. Why are we talking about snakes? I think you're making the assumption that I'm well versed with references, Hayes. Communication is key. If you can't communicate, nothing gets published. I agree right there with Jessica. And that's why we call them soak tests. The industry wants to call them soak tests they are. Communication is not the easiest part of programming. No, you do not only have to talk. You have to actually convey the idea properly. I can promise that is not as easy as talking about your idea. Not at all. Just because you said a whole bunch of words about your idea does not mean you've appropriately communicated it. There's a movie called Life of Brian you really should see. Is it on Netflix or Amazon Prime? I'll try to put that on a list. I need like a little notepad over here. Take some notes. Where the hell do I put this note? It's not really related. I promise you it's not. You're just assuming it is. Probably is. Well, you're assuming that I'm assuming. I am. I am. Because anyone talking about communication says it's hard. It's more than just talking to other devs. Lessons learned. Yeah, if it's easy, come talk to my players and get them to buy my game. There you go. If you have an easy time with this. All you do like this, easy clap. I mean, I communicate all day, every day. Do you know how many times I fail to communicate my ideas properly? All the time. Do you know how often you guys don't understand what I'm trying to say? All the time. I can try communicating it like y'all are 5 years old and you'll miss it. I'm good at talking. All my coworkers, they all suck at it. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing right now. What lessons do we learn here? I read a book. I've actually been doing really good at book reading lately. I'm very happy with that. Oh, I have been invited to one of the dev teams of Space Station 13. I don't know what Space Station 13 is, but that sounds pretty awesome. What other things have we learned in March? I mean, we can go with the same old managing multiple things is hard. It's an open source game. Well, that's way less awesome than what I had in my head, okay? Celestial Bluetooth. I mean, don't get me wrong. Being invited to one of the open source dev teams is pretty nice too. Just I had in mind that you're going to work on a space station. That'd be so much pressure. I think I'd love the opportunity, but it'd be so much pressure. Could you imagine Tim Code running on a space station? Okay, could you imagine Tim Code running on an object in space? You have agreed naming conventions so you can communicate across all departments. You don't use different terminology to talk to different groups. They get delays, mistakes, bugs. Get slapped for introducing hazards. Or accidentally use imperial units when you need to use metric. Talking about space. Look at this. I brought it right back to space. Check that out. That was a great transition. I'm clapping myself on the back because no one else is going to do it for me. Yes. Talk about communication issues. There's one right there. We spent something to Mars that had communication issues. The art of throwback. Yeah. found a C++ book from 96. I'm thinking about what to do with it. Reading it is probably a decent start if you don't know any C++. If you already know C++, keep it as a relic or whatever. Read it, and after you read it, you get a free door stopper. The hell do you mean? Don't treat your books as a door stopper. Ooh, Celestial Bluetooth is starting to lose some points here. I know, C++ 23. Well, then you put it in your collection, you dust it off once in a while, and you keep it for the next generation or two, or, you know, future. I have all kinds of books that I've either read or thumbed through, or wanted to thumb through and read. Most C++ books from the 90s make better door stoppers. Well, yeah, they were... Books from the 90s were thicker paper. You know? One radiator in the house fell off the wall, so I propped it up with chemistry books. I saw its contents. They are of 7 pages. The contents alone. Yeah, it's typically a reference thing. I read what you said. You didn't read what I said. Agreed naming conventions. Is a binary tree the kind of tree you use for Christmas? I want to make a binary tree for Christmas next year now. Is that a pun? And you are assuming that your 3D modelers, what your 3D modelers know and don't know. Jank, it doesn't matter if they are or are not. Where does that comment even come in? That comment adds nothing to the discussion. Good job assuming more stuff. Anyway, lessons learned. Oh, the lessons of balancing people. Delegating tasks is a difficult balance. There's another issue with communicating that's actually harder than being said. Trying to keep people on timelines without adding too much pressure to them. There are a lot of Americans in North and South America. Yeah. But all the same, we don't... The use of America or American isn't typically used the same way as European is used. So I don't necessarily like this particular thing. And I'm, even as an American, USian, not alone in this. Canadians also feel the same way. Like, the continent isn't split into small enough places to do. I just say North American now. I mean, that would do it. I've never said that naming convention shouldn't exist in a dev team. You're a Vermontian. Vermontonian, yeah. I don't know why I added Tonian. Vermontian? Vermonter? I think Vermonter would be the actual... Nice trees in Vermont. And mountains. It's been a while since I've gone for a hike, but it's going to be a while before I can because mud season. I don't know why. Vermont basically shuts down all their trails for this mud season thing, and I understand that mud can destroy trails. and I try not to hike on trails that are actually muddy. But trails don't magically get muddy or unmuddy on a specific day when they open the trails because mud season's over. That's not how it works. Last year in particular, it was not muddy before this day and was really, really annoying. Go to Idaho or Colorado for mountains. I would love to. Would absolutely love to. But I also wouldn't call them. I'm still awake from yesterday. Why? Sleep is important, Justin. Been awake for near 24 hours now working on my new game. Sleep is important, Justin. I will repeat. But the sun and birds are out now. Cam 2 9000. I don't know if they are. Looks pretty rough out there. Jank, you're coming up with really weird context. Like, you're correct. You would not say that, but you also wouldn't be in a position to say that. Let's just drop the whole communication issue. I think it's been discussed at this point. I don't think it's going to be progressing anywhere that's going to be productive. No, you're not coming up with a stupid context to a stupid content. You're just coming up with stupid context, and you're not seeing that. I'm asking you to drop it, so let's just drop it. Again, I've asked you to drop it, so let's drop it. What am I doing? I'm trying to change the camera back. Camera back in game, please. You guys want the road trip cam? It's been a while since we had done that. We do have road trip cam there, yeah? Road trip? Too tired for this level of heat and chat. That's why I was communication breakdown. Yeah, communicating is easy when you just talk. Exactly, it's not that easy. Okay, no, timeout. Keep it PG. Not exactly, not okay. That's a timeout, not a ban. You can come back after 10 minutes. And after the 10 minutes, you can try again, remain PG and respectful. Otherwise, it will be a ban. I don't tolerate that at all. None. I know nobody else saw the message because Automod, but did not need to be seen. Delegating tasks. Tim cooled it off. Well, Tim tried to. Anyways, how's business review going today? I'm late. You are late, Justin. Trying to dig out the lessons learned in March. It's so hard. Automod was a pretty neat addition. It is indeed a pretty neat addition. It kind of sucks when it comes up with like a reasonable thing that should have been said, but it's also nice that it just prevented you guys from seeing stuff I don't want you seeing. So I'll accept that. Delegating tasks is a difficult balance. Hell yeah, it is. There's 2 contractors doing some work for the Turbo Boom demo. And two or three, I guess you could call it. 2 or 3, and my I'm trying to find a release date that works for the challenge. I don't want pressure them too much. Entering any sort of crunchy period. But I also want to get the demo released. And my own tasks. And many of my own tasks have needed I've had to wait. Been on hold. I don't know how to say that. I'm filling all the holes. Hard. It's hard to stay busy at all times doing that. What else can we learn? Having released the article 3 whole days ago, it's not going to go well. Man, I tried. The Discord bot article did amazing. I was really hoping that this technical article was going to do well. If anyone has read it and has thoughts, especially if you've read it, the Discord one, and have thoughts to compare them, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Just, it did not work. I probably posted this in more places than I posted the Discord one too. Trying to get it to shoot itself forward. How did we do on this post? I got 8 and 9 on this. Yeah, Justin, you're a youngie. But I can't make a video on this. It wouldn't make video content, really. Not on a technical level like this. I'd like to hear Jessica's thoughts at some point on teaching. I know that's relevant, and I'd really like to be a little bit better on the influential motivation teaching bit. Yeah, I like visuals. There's visuals, there's code. Visual code right here. Look at this. Visual code. There's even a picture. I even got a picture. I can't express how hard this picture was to get. Oh. No, it doesn't look like that involved, but that caused significant stress. That was how we learned this lesson, Turtles. I like picture. Yeah, this lesson here was from getting that picture. Delegating tasks is a difficult balance. It really is. I don't know. I haven't learned anything that's going to help with that. All I've learned is I'm not doing great with it, or at least I don't feel like I'm doing great. That's different from not doing great. I'm going to chat about it sometime. I would probably need to come up with a better, more specific question and where I intend with that. Yeah, it was just a thought that passed through my head because they do that. Uh, Come on, there's got to be another lesson we've learned in March. I'm not spending enough time. I don't know what to do about that, but very low time or efficiency around here. Not enough time deving, or how do you mean? Not enough time. Any use promotions, which I guess falls under the marketing. Farting. Somehow I forgot that we took a whole week off, and that week off is kind of because of this. I wouldn't say fully because of that. I could have found other things to work on, mind you. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting the most out of the time I'm using either. It's a combination of all of the things. Let's put it this way. When I had a full-time job, I was producing at least 2 times more effectively than what I'm doing now. At least 2 times, like minimum. Probably even 3 or 4 times easy. And I know the last couple years, especially late spring and summer, have been really hard on me. And I really hope that's not the case this year. If that's the case this year, I'm going to have to take action against it. I can't have 3 years in a row like that. Some reason I don't suspect that's what's going to happen, but all the same, I need to be in front of this. I could easily blow through a couple months of funds and do the therapy route. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea, but at the same time, that's so expensive. Do you work better with a deadline? I definitely do work better with a deadline. The problem with that is balancing out a deadline that is both achievable but pushing me enough, not stressing me out too much. But you know what I mean? Like, that's a very fine balance. I would prefer to have a demo is coming out on April 10th. It's not actually. I should have said April 1st. Demo's coming out on April 1st because we've already been joking about that. It's not actually coming out on April 1st, but I would prefer demos coming out April 1st. And I don't want to do that to the people that I'm working with. That's right up here. I don't want to make them crunch. I'd rather them, even if it's going to take a little longer, I'd like them to work on their schedule. You tend to get better results so long as they are moving. So I do got to keep prodding them to keep them moving a little bit, but I also don't want to be like, hey, this is due yesterday. Try using the Pomodoro technique. I don't like the Pomodoro technique. It definitely works for some people. So I don't want to say anything negative if it's working for you. Great. But for me, I don't understand it. Let's put it that way. for me, the hard part about getting started is, or getting into a task is getting started, right? Once I'm in a task, why would I work for a half an hour and then take a 10-minute break, or the 20 minutes, 10-minute break, whatever the rate is? Why would I get into that focus mode and then be like, okay, let's take a break here? It breaks me. I try to set loose goals, but I have tiers for my goals. Like bare minimum, if I do X, good. If we also do Y, great. Doing X, Y, and Z, the dream. Oh, I like tiered goals. But my goal will be for end of month. Yeah, that's usually what this area here is for. To put into context, we only put in 97 to like 105 hours in March. Okay? I just want to put that into context. This is where this lesson is coming from. I don't even know if it's a lesson. It's just an observation right now. 60 hours on Turbo Boom. Before getting COVID, I would have done this in 1 week. You know what I mean? This would have been 1 week's worth of effort in a game. When we were working on Accelerate, oh man, pizza. Yeah, we got a pizza party. Possibly on Friday. We're going to have pizza party. Because you guys supported me on this last Friday. So we're going to do pizza, and Dudesword wants it to have pineapple on it. Ugh. I mean, pineapple isn't actually that bad. I like pineapple, but I know the internet. 60 hours in 1 week. Do you want to see something really, really interesting, Justin? Look at this. Hours. Tim's hours. 150 is this marker right here, yeah? 160 would be a typical month of work. I'm going to go to Tracker 2024 for a moment. $150 is right here. So we actually hit pretty decent in the late end of this year. That's when we started doing the prefab system right here. Tracker 2022, I think it would have been. It might have been 2023. $150 is down here. Every month is above 150, basically, with exception of September. September hit 134. This is more like what I'd like to see. Not necessarily these spikes, but I would like to see hitting in the 180 to 200 every month. That's my actual targets. Wow, someone's streaming on the weekend at a summer vacation. How's it going, Jova? Indeed. We're doing a business review today. Do you not see these silly months? 386. So yeah, we are easily putting 60 hours in on a project in a week. We'll go ahead and look at 2023, because why not? I think those were the peak. I think 2022 was my peak. How do you have time for that? Because this is my full-time job. Yeah, 2023, we started out very well. I would say 2023 was good, except for the dip in the spring, early summer, which was our first gremlin dip. Actually, looking back on it, it was kind of a small dip comparatively. We did get back on our feet on July. Compared to last summer, oof. Last summer was rough. Yeah. Last summer was rougher. Happened at the same exact time, though, interestingly enough. That's why I'm saying if something, like, we need to be preemptive about this year. I want to make sure this dip, it seems to be a 3-month dip. Technically, it would have continued. This would have continued on. The reason it didn't is because I switched my mind over to technology and released the thought of actually making a game. I said, let's not pay attention to game dev right now. Let's just make what I want to get working, to get moving forward. That's how we wound up making a prefab system. So while these hours are good, it's not really producing a product, which is not ideal. What do you think is causing the change? Was your interest greater in Accelerate? No. No, I'm really looking forward to Turbo Boom. Turbo Boom, to me, is 10 times better than Accelerate. Turbo Boom I've actually put polish into. Accelerate was a rushed, let's just get this out and see what happens. And the UI was always kind of, well, the UI is a weak point, for sure. No, I think what happened was I got COVID. I think that's what happened. And after getting COVID, my brain very often just skips beats. I guess this is the brain fog thing. Like I'll be into a task, directly into it, and then suddenly it's all gone for a moment. And I have to put the effort to get back into it, and it kills me. And I don't seem to have the stamina that I used to as far as let's do a 12-hour day. And I was saying earlier, and I do mean this, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, as long as we can still be efficient. Long COVID seems that way. Seems to be probably a permanent change. The switch happened after getting COVID. Terrible. 0 of 10. Do not recommend. For quite a while, it frustrated me to no end. I think I've finally gotten over that part of it. And it's still frustrating. Don't get me wrong, but I'm a lot better at calling it a day and going to chill. I don't even remember getting COVID, but I kind of feel the same way. I have less energy than I used to, and it hurts my motivation. Yeah. I'm just hoping that we can prevent the dip of last summer, and I would like to see these. I'd ultimately like to see 200. That's my actual ultimate goal. 80 is my bare minimum. 160 is the actual, like, we should be hitting that target. And 200 is like, that's my dream, I suppose. 12 hours is a long time to stream and work. Sure. But I used to be capable of doing it day after day after day after day without any problem. And I absolutely miss being able to do that. First time was really bad and partially resulted in me leaving a job. I can understand that. First and only time I had COVID, it knocked me on my butt. I've experienced migraines before. I get them once in a grand while. I've never experienced a migraine while sleeping. Like, I am in dreams and I know I have a migraine. I can still feel it. I never want to do that again. No. No, never again, please. Yep. that was how COVID started for me. Sleeping and knowing I'm sleeping and knowing there's a migraine in my head. A kidney stone last December. Haven't had one of those, thankfully. As far as I understand on that, drink water. Is that the advice there? Thankfully, I drink water. But yeah, I do not. I have heard things, and I don't think I ever want to have one of them. Oh, look, we got the winter drive. Did we already did the drifties? Forgot that I turned the road trip on. Drinking water can be hard. No, it's not. Here, I show you. You have water, and you drink it. Just like any other liquid that you drink. You just replace it with water. See? Hydrate. I proved it's easy. Didn't we have one of these discussions earlier where we were... Where is hydrate? Why is that not popping up? What do we call it? Water? Mug? Cup? The hell do we call that emote? Drink. Of course we called it drink. Because that makes a lot of sense. Get wrapped up in my work and forget to eat or drink. Oh, I'm right there with you. Or at least I used to be. This goes back to the whole thing that we're talking about with... I don't know. It's hard for me to get into that zone that I've always had. No, it's a very real thing for me, usually. I miss that. It feels like it's a lot harder to get me in that flow state. I felt like I was going to die when I got COVID. So much pain. Couldn't think clearly at all. Get over it and get back to work. I'm sorry you had a boss like that. That's just... I'm thankful that I haven't had many bosses that would do that type of thing. I have had a couple that did want you to come in when you're sick. But I think it's... I think they had also still had the policy of, like, too sick and stay home. They just wanted everyone to spread the light flu symptoms around the office for some silly reason, so that then everybody gets sick. Because this is a grand idea. Sick people stay home, so you don't get everybody else sick. I don't understand how that's not a business motivation for people. I never got it. I lived with them at the time. After that, I moved out. See, that's insane. There was very little separation between work. Yeah. I did that after college. I lived in the work office for, I think it was 3 months. I moved to Florida, lived out of the work office, and worked my little butt off. We don't want to compare the money that I made to flipping burgers, because I could have made more flipping burgers for sure. But it got my foot in the industry, so, you know, yeah. I can totally relate to what Justin's saying. You can be dealing with difficult, but also have some good in there. I actually kind of look fondly upon some of those memories. Not entirely how I was treated. I mean, how I was treated sounds a little better, but not necessarily how many hours I was working and, living out of the office. I wouldn't want to repeat those, but how's it going, Bad Cop? Welcome, welcome. Same reason I can't see myself ever working professionally with family. I will say not all game industry jobs are the same at all. There are some out there that do have very limited crunch. I won't ever say there's some with none crunch, although one place that I worked for did say no crunch, and I never crunched while I was there, so it might have been a truth. But all the same, I think deadlines are deadlines, and a team will always want to put in... A team naturally wants to ship the best product they can. At least most people do. And that can result in it. Let's talk money. I need money to talk money. we need to figure out how to triple revenue. Or maybe not revenue. Triple profits. That's what we were discussing earlier. There we go. Look at that. That's infinitely better than we've done all morning. Maybe not true. But thank you, Bad Cop. Thank you, Bad Cop. That's going on this week here. Bad Cop. 100 bits cheered. Do I say cheered or do I say 100 bits? Just say bits. Okay. Check. That's right. This is what we were trying to talk about. I don't get a lesson here. I don't see a lesson here. I see an issue. Which we might have actually done in our risks. Yes, we did in our risks. Is there anything we can learn about this? I have a lesson learned. Okay. Let's share it with the class, please. Vulcan sucks. I hate it in the end. Hate it the end. Do you want to dive a little deeper onto why? Feel like saying, use your words. I don't know if that helps or not, but it's an insane API by insane people. Was that the open source thing you were working on? Very low time or efficiency around here. I don't know what to do about it. These lessons are getting a lot harder to pull out, though. I don't know if I'm just getting more picky with them, or it could be related to the fact that we're only doing 90 hours in a month instead of 160, 200. We've talked about this a little bit, but that could be a resulting portion of this. I used to be able to pull out 3 lessons every month. No, it's really hard to pull out 2. To some degree, it's probably because I've been rushing through these a little. Did this month meet the expectations? You are fully learned. I love it. I've learned everything. I don't need to learn anymore. I see. Nope. Only put 100 hours in. with no demo launch date. I still don't have a launch date. Learning stops when you master communication. Oh. That awkward moment when you already learned it all. Brain hit capacity. Please free up some disk space to continue. Oh, I would love to. There's a bunch of memories I'd love to remove. Getting COVID. Gone. Would not affect me at all. Okay? The only bit of information that I want to keep, one bit. I have had COVID. I don't care about when. I don't care about that was taking up more than a kilobyte, I'm sure of it. Damn it. Most effort was put on the yeah, that's basically true. And no, we still don't have a launch date. We have not play tested anything. I don't want to do the play test till we get the art in. We're waiting on the art. What do you want me to do? We've been in this holding pattern for months now. Nope. Art not yet finished. There, focus more and or work longer. There have been a few days where my brain fog turns on at 5 to 6 hours or even earlier. Many of them were earlier. Yeah, that's not work. Just do it. Just do it better. How can we approach this better? There was at least 2 weeks in March where I did after lunch work, which is 8-hour days. If I make it to lunchtime, that's the 5 to 6 hours. If I work after lunch, I usually get the next 3 hours in, making it 8 to 9 hours. It's very rare that I work after lunch and only work for an hour after. Very, very, very rare. I feel like there have been plenty of days in March where we actually did have lunch and go. The problem with our hours was more that we had that week that I just... excuse me. I still thought we worked on Wednesday that week. I knew I took Monday off. I just happened to wake up very late on Monday. I did my KPIs myself and decided it was an off day. And then Tuesday was off because I had Pathfinder that Monday and I woke up late on that Tuesday. I believe I had worked that Wednesday and then I was like, I'm just going to take Thursday and Friday off because I'm waiting on art and it felt like the right thing to do. My timesheet in the Twitch stuff doesn't show that though. So focus more and or work longer. Mm-hmm. That's easy. Okay. But how? We're racing next weekend. I might participate in Ludum Dare, but if I do, it's going to be a 2-hour effort. It's going to be like I participated check mark, not participating. I hope that makes sense because I am absolutely not missing my race. Also, I don't know what we're going to do about April. April is going to be tough for me. April, we're changing gears. Turbo Boom is not going to be my primary focus. I know all you're going to hate that, but Turbo Boom is not the primary focus in April. I got to get the physics working. I've been saying this a few times. I'm sure somebody has heard it for the first time just now. But I've got to get those physics done. I tend to work better with deadlines. I don't wish. But I don't know how to create a reasonable deadline while not requiring contractors to rush crunch through their tasks. Initially, okay, I don't know where the A came from, but initially, Turbo Boom demo was supposed to be a January, February thing. And then back to tech stack wrap up. Was supposed to be only January, February thing. Wait, sorry, what's your focus in April instead of Turbo Boom? I lagged out. Instead of Turbo Boom, we're going to be focused on getting the physics of my engine matching as closely as we can to the terrible brakes physics in Unity. I believe this will at least run Visual Studio. I don't have that open. I definitely have done that. And we have definitely slid past the original guidelines. To some degree, it's because the contractor I'm working with is also doing other contracting work, which I have certainly applied some more pressure. I have kind of gone with the, hey, can we get this done, you know, like next week, 2 at the worst case. And they said, yes. I'll believe that when it comes, but yes. It just is what it is, right? Where am I looking for? I'm looking for terrible brakes. There it is. Whoa, Big Tim. Big Tim is here. So we want this to feel like, oof. I thought I was going to have to do a whole build. It's doing a bit of build. You don't just work? What do you mean you don't just work? Huh? Why don't you work? Okay, I can't show it off. For some reason, we can't show it off. What? It's another one of those things that unit testing, the nightlies, would be great for. This. You may have seen me working on it at some point in time. We want this to feel like terrible brakes in Unity. It doesn't yet. This is the physics we need to work on. This is an old build of it, I can tell you that, because we definitely had it feeling better than where this is at. But that's not a... Oh, we're doing it in Trophy Brothers now. Right. That's why this is an old build. Okay. Oops. I did forget that we smashed those together. This might work better then. Assuming it doesn't need to build everything. That's going to be our focus in April. I need to get these physics done because I've already paid a contractor. I know you're not supposed to pay contractors ahead of time, but this person I trust at least enough. I've worked with them in the past before, not in this business. Anyway, I paid them ahead of time. I know you're not supposed to pay ahead of time, but I did because they were in need and I found something that they could do for me. Regardless, I've been putting them off and putting them off and putting them off for a year. At some point in time, I'm going to be like myself or them is going to be like, they don't need to do work for me. You know what I mean? Like at some point in time, they're going to just be like, look, it's been too long. You should have had me do the work. And so the task I'm trying to have them do is dependent on these physics. They were accepting of me taking a break on the physics for January and February and delaying their work until May. So I want to ensure that on May 1st, they can do their work. That is very important to me. We are, yes, this is the one. This is what I remember. You are now back over here. So that pink car is the Unity car. The Unity car pre-recorded, that is. Sounds like you gotta take a break from Turbo Boom in April 1st. Yeah, no, it's definitely a forced thing. I've got to do that. But we want this game to feel exactly like the Unity version, or at least as close to it as we can. My target is 98% plus. Why does restart not work? Because it's spacebar. So you can notice that our car goes a little faster. So that's not ideal. Does our car go faster if we stop? Yes. Yes, our car goes a little bit faster, and then it slows down going up this hill, I think. Nope, it does not slow down going up the hill. We got a weird bounce there. Ideally, I'd like to be able to play the controls that the Unity car has and have them stay basically within that little bit of... Am I so fast through there on mine? We are way too fast. And we're going to fall through the world right here. We are not going to fall through the world right here. Where the hell did we start falling through the world? What? Right there. Okay. The rest of the world has no collision because of performance concerns. We don't care about that yet. And I'm going to have to balance doing the physics with putting in the art drops as they come. So I'm probably going to wind up spending like... The way I'm looking at it is we'll do an hour or two for an hour to a day with Turbo Boom, or 1 day a week. Kind of the way I'm looking at this. Would you ever go back to Unity for a project in the future, like collab or something? I'm not going to say no. Omega Destroyer on YouTube asks, quick recap for those who just joined. How much cash did you make? Zoom back up here. We made $506 in. We spent $129 plus some stuff that I can't share because of contractors. So it's more than 129. I took out 1250 for my own living expenses. So we spent in total 1379. We never did this math, by the way. 506.34. 506.34 minus 13, negative 873. We lost $873.47. Okay, that number is now correct. $900 gone. That's how much money we made. Negative $900. Not bad, right? Yeah, money. Money's a real thing. Did we move closer to financial freedom? No, probably not. Progress was made on a demo. That may make sales. Maybe. Boop, boop. Is there anything you would do differently? Work. Focus more and work longer. Okay, but how? Yep. Justin, did I finish answering your question or did I get sidetracked? I think I did, but I'm not going to say no, I would not go to Unity. I would prefer to work out of my own engine, though. I think I would wind up choosing Unity over Godot. I do think that. I think Godot has a long ways to go. And back to our discussion earlier, I think Godot could use some more industry standard terminology. I'm not saying that they're super far off from it, but it feels like they break common things just to break common things. It drove me nuts. I don't have an example off the top of my head on this, but it drove me nuts with Snailed It. How's it going, Neat Games? Welcome, welcome. Yep, I don't know how I could do anything different, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we can achieve that. Would be ideal. March will have at least 150 hours work. The hell it will. That didn't happen. So we're going to do in April. Turbo Boom demo will have a launch date. No, don't have that either. I could choose April 30th. I'm fairly confident we should have a demo April 30th or May 10th. We can do that. That's fair. I know you prefer your engine, but working with others is easier in Unity, I guess. Somewhat. Do that. Choose a May date. Calendar. I don't know what this calendar is for. This is April 2025. May 9th. May the 4th be with you. It will be on Steam. We've got a Steam page. You can go wish lists. Boom. Where's Boom? I will get to your comment in a second. Yeah, right there. Go wish list Turbo Boom. Omega Destroyer on YouTube says, somehow losing $500 feels more respectable than making $2,000 on Steam. It means that you're invested. I mean, I don't know why one would be more respectable than the other, I suppose. But, yeah. Make the goal about finishing the demo and set the demo release date for later. But the goal isn't about finishing the demo right now. April's goal is physics. That's the highest priority goal of April. If you wanted to join in the next fest, the submission date is April. Yes, I do want to do that. Do you know what day in April? And is that public information that we should talk about? Aiming for June next fest for my next game. I can put it on a secret sheet if you want to Discord it secretly, or if it is public info. Public info, we can do this. Team Next Fest, June. Submission date. Oh, yeah, sorry. Physics goal, number 1. Just talking about breakdown. Yeah. Submission. Well, AI is telling us it's April 2nd. Holy crap, that early? April 30th? Is that public info, though? Can we show that publicly somewhere? Yes, I know. I'm a stickler for these NDA stupidity things, which probably don't matter at all, but AI saying April 2nd. I'll put it on the I'll put it on the secret calendar. Just I don't really see it. Steamworks shows it. Yes, but the back end of Steamworks, like if you can give me a tab that works in an incognito window and you don't need to sign in, that's fine. We can share that info. If you can see it on Steamworks, you're not supposed to be sharing it. Like the back end is supposed to be. Again, do you have a link that works in an incognito window? Is the link public? I'm sure I can find the info. I'm trying to figure out if it's public info. Two different things, guys. I don't know what I'm searching for right now. You want me to put in Steamworks? Next fest deadline. Yeah, we're gonna need to put in the next in the secrets. Secrets. Not that I ever look at this. I don't know a place it's public. It's not public. I'm gonna just trust you, but I'm gonna put this as an April 14th thing. Warning: secrets are visible. Next fest submission. Tire Bytes secrets. You can't copy a thing. Can I duplicate? Oop, that's the wrong. Cybergunk in here. Man, I read that as yesteryear. What is Yester Soul? Is that the game name? I'm guessing that's Neat Games' game. Important dates. Hey! Let's go ahead and unsecret this. Before I do, let's unsecret the secret screen over here. Registration deadline. Thank you, Cybergunk. You found it, and it is public. So let me edit this and put it on the public. Save. Turn the secrets off here. And back. Whoa, my camera fell. Steam will notify you if we plan to use your trailer for the next Fest trailer. That's cool. So don't wait until the last moment, because that sounds like you won't get accepted. I would love them to use the Turbo Boom trailer in there. That'd be something awesome. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'd need a new trailer too. We technically do need new trailer. The trailers before, we'd done a lot of polish, but we should probably get the final color grading. Ah. We recommend making a marketing update by this time. This ensures your best position. Uh-huh. On April Fool's Day, we have to go do this? What time is that for me? PDT. 10, 11 a.m. That is plus 3 hours. 10 plus 3 is 1 p.m. on April Fool's Day. Next Fest Zoom. 1 p.m. Which should be tight enough, the deadline, considering I started working on a game. Yeah, I think if you're starting, I already figured that out. Cute. Nice. You stole my 1 p.m. Wait, you can just do that? I can just type you and you're going to know what time I go? Google's so smart. They steal all my data, but they're so smart. Their QAs are uploaded as VODs to their YouTube. But what if I have a question? Their YouTube's not going to answer it. What if I'm there and somebody spawns a question that spawns a question to me? We can ask it. Probably not. Why are you not blue? You're blue. Because you're not an all-day thing. The non-all-day things aren't blue. Correct. Okay. What were we doing here? We're putting next Fest submission. I'm going to keep it right there. The 14th. We need to put our thing in by that point. Close that now. Back over to our monthly thingy. March will have this. No, it won't. April. April will... Oh, we didn't go that far. Which engine were you using? Making your own custom engine. I'm not sure I understand the question, Sharma. I am using my own engine. Yes. I think I missed something. But as we were discussing earlier, communication is hard. That's what we were trying to do. We were trying to put in a date for Turbo Boom demo. So we're waiting on some art. We're waiting on... a gut instinct of my... I'm trying to balance too many things. I never updated that. We're just doing the... we're just doing business review today. We'll have Indie Tavern here in about half an hour. I think communication is hard is a theme of the stream. I mean, okay. It is hard. Correct. How you doing, TS Just? April. April needs to have terrible breaks. Physics in ice working 98% plus. Similar to Unity version. Yes, today's stream is the theme. Yes. While balancing the contractors, while balancing, integrating deliveries from the contractors of Turbo Boom. Keep them moving. Busy. While also performing biz dev for an opportunity. Tim's not getting a 3D printer for an opportunity to make money. Well, that was cute. That's less cute. What? I don't know how I'm going to balance all of this. Hair coming down from under hat is cute. Okay. Anyone have any ideas how I'm going to do this in April? I'm all for these ideas. I hear Simon out already. Get some monster. That's Simonot's idea. Goals. Figure out the major differences. Okay, goals. Keep the Turbo Boom artists, contractors, we'll go with contractors, busy. This is going to be our secondary goal, honestly. Art and other deliveries need to be integrated and feedback / revisions back and forth. Communicated. Remain busy, I suppose, is the answer there. This is gonna be dumb by me. I'm gonna totally drop the prefab article 3, 5, and 6. 3, 4, and 5. I know how to count. 3, 5, and 6. Yeah, 3, 4, and 5. We're not going to do them at all in April. We might come back and touch them up in May. I'm not going to worry about releasing them week after week like I planned. I don't think the time pressure, like I'm already pressured for time, and I don't think it's going well enough for us to worry about it being released each week. Like if the first one kicked up and did something really good, maybe that statement would be changed. But it didn't go that big. It's life. It is life. I'm glad you like my counting abilities. So that's going to get a complete back seat. Hell, I think I'm going to take a back seat on my arts. I've been doing terrible with this. Turtles, it's April and we've spent like maybe 15 days doing art practice. There's been like 90 something days in the year. Close to 90 days in the year. Goals. Terrible breaks physics. Terrible breaks physics. And ice. Well, there is plenty of work in the tech stack required. The only primary goal / objective of April is to finish the basic slip model to match 98% what terrible breaks is like in Unity. As a requirement of the AI developer working Trophy Brawlers. That would probably mean in May I need to design a couple tracks for him to do that, but that's going to be easy in comparison. This is my real only goal. Oh, we need to keep that going. Maybe that's something... Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Continue exploring biz dev opportunities. Potential to make money is available with Higher Bytes Consulting. Vehicle physics / feel. Potentially even streamed. There has been some discussions on that when I did my meeting. It does sound like I'd be able to stream it. But that would take away probably a month of other stuff. That said, making money is kind of important. So if we slow ourselves down by a month, but we get some money for doing so, that helps. Potentially a lot. Potential to make money. By consulting by Terabytes, working as a consultant. Wow. So on Tuesday, we're going to dive into physics again. Just as a heads up on your whiplash. Monday, we're going to try doing something marketing. I don't know what yet. Something with a Turbo Boom demo, sure. But we also are probably going to play a game. Somebody wants some feedback on their game demo. And so I'll give that a shot and see if I can. That was a kind of a free thing, but February. March, I went skiing twice. That was nice. Was that the week that I took off? The week that. Yes, that was the week that I took off the first time I went skiing. It makes much more sense now. I remember. Wow, that was in March. March came and went very quickly. There has been, and progress has been made on Turbo Boom. Dave on YouTube says, whoops, hold on a moment. Dave on YouTube says, I've been watching you on a 40-minute delay. Just skip forward, mention this Pomodoro. You say you don't get it, why do it in the flow? You're just thinking about it the other way around. It's good to practice getting into the flow by having to do it more often. Whoa, nice drift. Nice. How's it going, Dave? That's a decent suggestion. At least as far as a way to quote unquote practice that skill, but seriously, if that's the hardest part about getting stuff done, how does that keep you doing if you force that break? You then have to practice the hard part again? I don't think I can convince myself to take the break. In fact, I know I can't. But even with that outlook, I don't think I could convince myself to be like, yes, take this 10-minute break and then come back and we get to practice restarting again to improve. Progress made on Turbo Boom interface. Make the short breaks so short you barely fall out of focus. with many of the screens, I see. With many of the screens I kind of feel like I get that with stream already. Like we just took a moment to chat about things, then we'll get back into it, and then we take a moment to chat about things, not with a strict schedule of any sort, just when a discussion naturally forms. Interface with many of the screens being at least partially implemented in the game. This is making things look way better than they did before. A few of you all were on the racing channel and got to see the spoilers before anybody else. Pause screen is fire. Can't wait. This is making the game things look way better than they did before. Is also moving slower than desired, but I don't want to rush the contractors. This makes it very hard to put a deadline or release date on the demo. And I very much want one. What else happened in March? We lost $900. $900 down. Another suggestion: audio text transcription of stream. You can get an LLM to summarize your week. Result is free starting point without a blank page syndrome. Blank page. No, I'm not worried about the page. This isn't a blank page thing. We've already gone through down here. This process is pretty decent. The hardest part about this process is actually trying to come up with these lessons learned and find good lessons to dig out of it, which I don't think we did that great today. But coming back up to the summary, not the hardest thing in the world. I did just forget what I wanted to talk about here, though. This makes it hard to put the deadline on or a release date. I very much want one. All right. The prefab article series finally finished rough draft. And this series has cost somewhere. We're going to ignore that. The series certainly took longer than I expected. Intra-month tech stuff you said we're not up to date with. I don't know what you're asking. All this stuff is up to date already. This stuff we filled all of this. Everything below is all filled out. The only thing we need to do now is the summary. The prefab article series finished rough draft. The series certainly took longer than I expected. the updates. But they are up to date. This series certainly took longer than I expected. By far. Article 1 and 2 also got final edit. Got through the final edit. And even released the very end of March. I think it was 26th. 26th it was. Look at that. We could definitely say try keeping them much less effort. Sure. I don't know. As I said, not all of that was 100% for businessy reasons. Like I had a business motivation between them, but easier to write and read, then the frequency goes up. Yeah. Yeah. It's a mess. Prefabs were a mess. Makes sense. These articles are a mess. So far it has not. So far, traction is not. Moving things forward very far. Probably going to pause on 3, 4, and 5 because April is looking to be challenging. April is looking to be challenging. Be very busy and challenging. More on that later. So we did the prefab system. We got the screens. They're looking good. Terabytes was approached for a possible consulting position. Consulting gig. Sure. Push for a possible consulting gig. Doing working on vehicle physics and feel for a racing game. Can't share a lot of details of this yet, but it may be streamed, so we might be able to share a whole lot more soon. For a racing game. Terabytes was approached for a possible consulting gig working on vehicle physics for a racing game. This is likely to slow down some developments. Slow down internal developments. Turbo Boom release. Demo or otherwise. But it can also bring in actual money. And that is a much needed. That is much needed. That's a much needed change around here. That is a much needed change. of pace. Okay, so there's that. That is a much needed change of pace. I don't really like that's going to cost certain things, but at this point we just need to continue. And as part of why April will be challenging. The other part is Turbo Boom demo needs to get placed on a side burner. Not quite the back burner, just a side burner. I'm focusing on physics engine work. Terrible Brakes ice needs to match the Unity version closely as possible. So the, what did we call it earlier? Basic flip model in ice physics is complete. A task is required. The AI developer actually complete their task in May. A task, a thing. Thing. I don't like a thing. A project, not really a project, a side project. Project that has been on hold for nearly a year. Hold on a moment. Deliverable. Yeah, that fits. Deliverable. Like that. While physics will be the focus, I must also keep the artist busy with Turbo Boom. By integrating any art drops that come in. All well investigating consulting gig. Good luck. So yeah, April's gonna be busy. It's gonna be busy as hell. Final words of March. I didn't go over feelings. Oh, actually, that's something we need to drop into here. March has been oddly relaxed. Laid back and chill. With the exception of an extreme
spike in stress when Track Builder failed to open a track. Failed to open. Had the nightly builds not been ignored, whoops, for the last, what are we on, like a year now? Maybe even longer? It's been a while. I'm going to go at least 6 months. For the last 6 months or longer. This decade hasn't been a decade. I used to be pretty good about keeping them in success state for this particular reason. I got a little relaxed with it. It's like, they're failing, who cares? They're failing, who cares? And there is no new build server. I don't know what you're pushing for this for. It's going to be Rhino. Rhino is doing the Linux builds. This machine does the Windows build. Not changing that part of this. Had the nightly build's not been ignored for the last 6 months or longer, this would have been a non-issue. Would have been discovered the night after Turtle Branch changes, after the relevant Turtle Branch changes were made and easily fixed. Lesson learned. Stop ignoring the failures on nightly builds. Hopefully April will have enough time to get that sorted. 2? April seems busy. April seems busy. We should pay her a lot more. You know what I mean? Goodness. The news reporter from TMNT. Stop ignoring the build failures. Hopefully everyone will have enough time to get that sorted too. Seems unlikely. Okay, we have another goal. This is going to be a minor goal. These are all more important goals, so this one's going to come down here. Get nightly builds passing. This is a lower priority than the others. Can we see if they fail anywhere to remind you? Your best reminder would be if, I mean, we got to get them in a passing state. Once we get them in a passing state, we can try figuring something out with that. That's really what it is. I haven't got it in passing state. What's that car cam? It's a road trip we took a while ago. I just turned it on today because, I don't know, I turned it on today. But, yeah, I was going to put one together of skiing, but it doesn't come out that good. It's a lot of my head just doing this. So next time we need to probably put the GoPro not on the head when I'm skiing, because I'm constantly looking back to see if anybody's going to cut me off, or it just doesn't work. Way too much motion. This is a lower priority than other tasks. Oh my gosh. It is that time already. It is 9 a.m. But would be ideal to have this working. Okay, so it's Indie Tavern time. Is my guest around? He did say he'd probably be a little tired, possibly a little slow. Okay. Cool, I like that. Reminds me to install my car dash cam. I don't have a car dash cam, I have a car GoPro. Technically I don't have a car GoPro, I just have a GoPro and we put it in the car. That's a pro move, right? Wakey. Okay, got that running, and press on this button just because I think we'll need it. Just in case, we'll put that there. Nope, not mute my audio. Okay. Well, that's the best I can do at this particular moment. There's a chance they might be sleeping still, because I know they said they'd be up pretty late. So we'll have to go with that. Do I get an echo? Echo? No. I do not. Okay. We are here. 1 second. I am going to take a 2-minute break while we get this going, turtles. Be right back. Where's the button for break? Okay, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. It's easier to press. Welcome back, and probably change the camera. Almost. We can do this easily, though. Yeah. Like a pro. Welcome back, turtles, to Indie Tavern. We've got GB Games and me. We'll talk about our indie adventures. Very different styles of dev. I'm full-time indie at this point, and GB is doing this alongside a job, family, and a bunch of other stuff with much fewer hours. But I'll let you introduce yourself because you've got a better pitch here, I'm sure of it. Hold on, they can't hear you.
Oh.
Okay, they can hear you.
Okay.
How did I mess that up?
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Gianfranco Berardi. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I encourage curiosity and creativity through my solo indie game development studio, GB Games.
Yeah. I just go screwing stuff up all the time. It's good. And yeah, we're here to talk about how our adventures went in March. So, how did your adventure go in March?
March was a slow month for me, which is weird because. So I'll talk a little bit about my day job. I work for a large company that they have a whole separate sub company that can take federal contracts. And so for the last year and some odd months, I've been working on federal projects, which is these days not a growth industry. And the project I've been on recently, basically I was waiting for clearance from the government and to get a laptop from the government so I can do work. And like I just never got them. Like it just never happened. And this was, this preceded Doge. This was before all that. It was just months of just being on a wait list for that. So there's been a lot of, it's not really quite downtime. Like there's a lot of training and things I could do to keep myself busy, but it's like, it feels like between not having real work to do, you'd think I would have a lot more time that I could focus on just reading up on things and doing things related to my own stuff. But I think it's just between that and just a lot of the political upheaval and various things like that, it's hard to focus. So my hours, this has been the lowest number of game development hours that I've put in. And I would have to look back on previous years. Cause I think every year for the last, as I'm triple checking now. Okay. I found, 2023, I had 1 month in which I only put in 13 hours of game development, but that was probably when I was on vacation with the family. So, I've otherwise almost always broken at least 20 hours since I started tracking things, if I wasn't doing something else that month, like contract work or something like that. But this one, I did only 17 hours and 15 minutes of game development that I've tracked. Now I've done other things like I've been trying to make sure I spend some of my time on promotion. I've been trying to spend some time on working on game treatments, but those don't add up to making up for like, oh, this is where I spent my time instead. It felt like I know there's more than a number of days that I kind of got to the end of the day and thought like, where did it go? What did I do today? Because I can't point to something and say, well, this is how I spent my time and that's why. It really just feels like there was some time suck somewhere, and
I feel like March went very, very quickly myself. Like it was just, it's already the end of March. It feels like we did this last week, not last month. So I kind of feel the time suck a little bit as well. And as some probably good news for you, at least the 17 hours is like 85% of your 20. So it's not that far off either, Like I know it can feel different, but I don't think you're as far off from, I mean, it's your minimum, but as far off from a minimum as you're thinking you should be, I think that's, there's a bunch of stuff happening.
Yeah. I'm also, I think what also is happening is that I'm at the tail end. It feels like the tail end of my project. I think I keep finding things and thinking, oh, this is more work I need to do before I release it. But I'm getting towards the tail end of it. So I'm not as easily finding like, okay, now that I'm done with this is the next thing to work on. It's kind of staring at the project for a bit and thinking like I have a backlog. I don't know which one to work on next, or if I have a new thing that I've identified. So it's like, it's a very vague sense of how, like, I don't know, before early on in the project and in the middle of the project, I always knew this is what I got to do next. And
the most priority.
Solid. Yeah.
The priority is easy.
Yeah, so that's where I think part of it too is like I go to sit down finally. I kind of had to force myself to be like, okay, I've spent a little bit too much time just reading the news or posting angrily about something on social media. I've been doing that a lot more recently, so I feel like I need to kind of switch things up. But like yeah, it used to be like, oh, I get like a good chunk of time dedicated to something that I could feel good about before I'd get into the day job, and now it's like, oh, I just had lunch and I should probably figure out what I'll do. Yeah, it's been a weird month.
One thing that may or may not help, or maybe you've already tried, I don't know, but I find there's a certain point in the project where, and I think it is kind of near the end, like you're saying, where your tasks are, you have a whole list. You have a list of all kinds of things that could be done, but you're not really sure which way to prioritize them. Sometimes actually sitting down and making a session about prioritizing them and just even knocking the ones that you don't feel relevant right off the list tends to motivate me to then be like, okay, now I know which way I'm going to tackle these and start from there. May or may not be worthwhile. Take that as is. But yeah, my month only had 97 hours after this little session gets done. And of course, there's tomorrow, so I might actually break 100, but
Yep.
and I know that's a significant difference from 17, but I can also say that that's lower than what I'm aiming. Like my barest minimum right now is 80. At 80, I need to start thinking about, I need to get a full-time job because it's too few hours to be spending. Like you need to work more than that. I should be targeting like 150, 160 as like my actual bare bones. And I'm thinking 200 is more healthy, but somewhere around there is where I should be at. And I'm half of this, you know what I mean? And so I was actually kind of surprised when I did this morning that I'm only at 90 something hours. I was actually expecting March to be in the, I wouldn't say 160s, but I was definitely thinking the 130s. Yeah, exactly. As Justin said on Twitch, that a normal full-time job is 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month. And so that's where I'm saying should be my average is a 150, 160 minimum floor, and 200 is my, I put more in this than I would a full-time job, or at least I kind of hope so, since I need to.
So do you feel you were surprised because despite the lower number of hours, you felt you were productive?
No, definitely not. No, I just felt I had been putting in, I wouldn't say like hard days, but I felt like I had put in regularly 6 to 8 hour days. And so when you put in 6 to 8 hour days regularly, you're going to be in the mark of 140 to 160. And what I didn't account for is early February, I had a week where I had some sleep issues. And so 2 days I took off because of the sleep issues, and 2 other days I took off because I didn't have a whole lot to do. And I was like, well, this is going to be a good time for a break, so I'm just going to take the rest of the week and have a break. I just felt like, in the moment, it felt like I needed it. And that just disappeared from my head entirely until this review. And so it was kind of a surprise to be like, oh, we took a whole week off. And that.
And you said early February. Do you mean March?
I do mean March. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But okay, yeah. Like it's amazing how like trying to get, for me, I find that when I'm trying to get hours in, and I guess I just to take a step back, like there's a difference between working a job where you are doing 40 hours and those 40 hours are kind of equal in terms of you get paid for that value, whether you did anything good that hour or not. and then when you're working for yourself, like sometimes you might spend 15 minutes, and that 15 minutes might be more valuable than, the 6 hours of something else. And just because what you do at any given time, like some things have more value than others.
Right.
And that's like the nature of, running your own business. It's like some things are just worth more than others, but it's easy in a business that's established with employees to, pay people by the hour. And it's not, it's kind of the calculus for it is slightly different. But that being said, like I know for me, sometimes I feel like I do such a small number of hours normally that getting that extra hour or so, like just putting in more time, like I've yet to hit the point where there's diminishing returns, right? So it feels like if I can get those extra hours in, it's great. So like in January, I had a few weeks where I was doing, like I had one that was over 10 hours and one that was 8 hours. And like, I'm not getting exhausted from this work. And so like I had a 38-hour month. And so I was thinking like, I'm aiming for 8 this year and I'm falling way behind that. Like February I didn't, and this month I didn't. So I think I just have to figure out how realistic it is again, and especially since at the day job I'm going to start doing real work again, unless that gets doged as well. But then the main thing is like I'm trying to do, like every extra hour I do usually means I've made significant progress on something, and it's just it's the kind of thing where like, yeah, I might struggle. I might say, "Ooh, I managed to." Like I got to the end of the week and maybe I'm a little tired because I did put in that extra time, and it's like every 15 minutes is a fight to get. Whereas I miss maybe 1 or 2 days for whatever reason, and suddenly it feels like 8 hours or 12 hours is wiped out at my month, and it's just like why is it so easy to not to have zeroed out so much when it doesn't feel like I did that little.
Okay. With your fewer hours, what achievements did you make in March? Did you have any, like, at least some good steps forward?
Yeah. One of my goals for the month was I wanted to get the game released to testers. So at the beginning of the month, I put out a call to testers through my newsletter, and I had 3 people reply. Two of them who were previous testers for my project, which is great because it says that they're still reading my newsletter. And then the third one was somebody who I used to work with a long time ago, and he, I guess, started following me and signed up for the newsletter, and now he's interested in being a tester. So that's kind of neat. Which means I need to get the game in a publishable form so that I can like package it up and send it to these people. And luckily all 3 of them said that they had Android devices. I'm like, Android's easy, you just sideload that. So I could just send them an APK file and they can just throw that on their device, and it's great. So that meant I actually had to build it. And so what Awkward is, I didn't have an app icon or anything for this project yet because I didn't need one. So that was one thing I had to make. I actually put together a few, and then I kind of did a poll on social media asking people, like, here's a few options, which one do you like the best? A lot of people reposted it and reshared and liked it, but nobody actually replied. So I had some colleagues in a Discord chat that I at least got some feedback from them. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go with this one. But made the app icon, built the Android build, found out that audio wasn't working. So I quickly figured out how to get that going. I thought, I probably just didn't copy some files because I made subdirectories for my resources for the first time, and my build scripts probably didn't know about that. So I updated that. I had sound effects but no music, and after debugging it for the last week, I finally figured out, it's because it's a WAV file, and SDL2 has support for WAV sound effects, but you have to specifically compile in WAV support for music, bizarrely. And And then I looked at it and realized the WAV file was 9 megabytes, and I'm like, that is way too big. And so I turned it into an OGG file, and everything's resolved, and I've got music again. So basically, I'm at the point now where I have something I can release to them. I need to actually do some more testing to make sure that everything shows up in it. So I meant to have it sent by the end of. So technically, my goal was by the end of the month, and I haven't failed it yet because the 31st is tomorrow. But the way I track time is like my March ended the last full week of March. So I didn't get it out to the testers yet, but literally it'll be an email with a link to where they can get the thing, and so I'm not sweating that too much. It's like I'm basically done with that task. So that was huge, I think, in terms of accomplishments for me. So like, yeah, with my little time that I did have, I still managed to get the thing into a form that my testers can work with, and that'll be good, because I'm sure I'll get some great feedback of things that I've just kind of glossed over or figured, I'll address that later and maybe forgot about, or things that they'll tell me that I didn't even think was a problem. So it'll be great.
Yeah. So I think we had talked a little bit last time about the whole playtesting thing, and I was like, hey, I need to do that to my game as well, and was kind of hoping to maybe do some in March, kind of alongside you. I haven't quite got the art where I want the art in before I do the playtesting, because I feel like that's at least is like the minimum step, like have the game looking good and presentable. But so that's not finished yet, which means I haven't run my playtests. My goals last month were to prepare this demo launch, which basically meant getting the art in and probably starting the playtest. Obviously that didn't happen. I was also hoping to pick a date to launch the demo on. Still haven't done that. I'm thinking it's probably going to be in May based on a bunch of other things that are happening. But yeah, I was hoping it was going to be in April. And the thing is, working with contractors is hard. I don't want to give them a tight deadline and be like, hey, hit this. Even if we did discuss that I wanted it back in March and we're now going into April, I don't really want to be like adding crunch pressure to them. Like,
right.
But at the same time, I want it to get out soon. So there's like kind of a tug of war inside me on that whole thing.
Sure.
And I've basically been ignoring my art practice goals entirely. But what I did get done is there has been an art delivery, and many of the screens have been somewhat implemented in code. They're definitely not finalized. There's a bunch of stuff that you need new revisions for, or missing a button for whatever, yada yada. Or even in the case of the setup screen, I thought it was looking good in art, but when I started integrating it into the code base, I realized that the way that it was laid out doesn't work at all without me really having to fight the input. And I didn't want to have to spend a week doing that. I'd rather spend a little bit of money having the artist redo that. So I sent that one back and was like, this is important to have it laid out in this direction and yada yada. That was a way cheaper. I mean, it's spending actual money, but it's better than spending a week of me trying to support it the other way. The other thing I achieved was I finished my prefab articles, at least the rough draft, and I did a edit pass on number 1 and 2 and released it. The release is not going nearly as well as I was hoping, but that is how it could always be. So yeah, that was always an option. And finally, I implemented SDF tech support in my engine. So we finally have outlines and drop shadows that have like actual thickness to them, and it looks so much better. There is a slight issue with performance that I need to deal with at some point, but this was required to make the art match pretty closely to what the artist was providing, because a lot of their text had outlines or drop shadows, and my previous support was a 1 pixel outline, and that's all you got. 1 pixel is not enough for something looking good. But yeah, those are my achievements for March. How about risks? Any current major risks you're facing?
I think I mentioned the political upheavals and how Doge is directly affecting the work I do at times. And I think that might be it because having to find a new day job would probably take up a lot of time. And so that would be one of those things where it's like it's up in the air and rough, where every hour and every 15 minutes I put into that would probably make a big difference, and I'm sure would make my wife happy if I found that kind of work faster if it comes to that. But besides that, here we are at the end of the first quarter, and one of the things I thought I'd have kind of done by now, I've mentioned working on promotion. Most of my work on promotion isn't active promoting of what I do. A lot of it has been research into the state of the market, because I felt like I had a lack of awareness of just what I do educational games. I don't really have contacts in the industry at large.
Do you have a feeling that the research has like leveled up?
Yeah, I found, like, especially I want to say in the last few weeks, I've been reading some of the reports that I've been finding. There's various like educational insights, mobile game insights, things like that. And so it's kind of interesting to read. I read recently that most homes, like over 90% of homes in America, have at least one, like a smartphone that connects to the internet. So that's almost universal. But the more interesting thing for me, since I'm making games that target younger people, is that 70+% of young kids have access to their own tablet. That's their mobile device. And this was not something I knew before, right? Like
That number feels so high, but yes.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and it's just, I mean, I've seen kids with their own tablets. I just, tried not to assume that everyone was like that, but it is almost like, three-quarters of the people, and it's just kind of wild to me. But it also tells me the way I make my games is I make them to a specific screen resolution, and I trust that SDL2 scales them to whatever the actual screen size is for things. So I've never done tablet work. I've just made things that happen to work on Android and iOS, and there might be black bars, but that's okay. And maybe I should be focusing on making things work on the tablet first, and invest more in that. Like this is the kind of stuff that this kind of information is now making me think, like, okay, is that significant, or is that just an interesting piece of data? And I'm worried that it is more significant than I think. I think what I'm also finding interesting is these reports seem to want to try and hype up AI and VR. Most households aren't really into VR. Like, if they have VR, they're not really playing a lot of games, and they're definitely not playing games with their kids.
I have VR. One sitting over here in a box, and it's been sitting there in the box for actually probably 6 to 9 months now. I've used it like 4 or 5 times, and it's just too finicky to set up in the way I want to use it. I should probably investigate actual VR games right on the Quest store and see how that is to use, because I've been trying to use it for sim racing and it's a pain. But yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So all this to say, like, I found the research I've been doing helpful in getting a sense of what does the market look like and who are the major players and what that looks like. The challenge is I wish I had done this years ago, because one of the things I've also learned is that educational games in particular, a lot of that, you look at it and it's like, if you're not PBS or Disney or any of these major companies who are basically making these games for kids, as branding, or
Hmm.
at least with PBS, it's like a geared towards actual, wholesome quality stuff. It's a lot of that money comes from the government. I didn't realize just how big the investment comes from various things like the NIH and Department of Education and things like that. And a lot of that's going away and getting privatized. And so everything that I've been learning about who's the major players, like it looks like I've learned a lot about, a lot of things are, for instance, if I wanted to get my game into a school system where the school pays a site license and then has access to all the devices for their students. The normal thing is the school doesn't pay for that out of their budget. The normal thing is that they write a grant and then hope, try to get the money to pay for that. So where's that grant money coming from? That's possibly getting, dried up. And so it's possible that my day job and my current indie game development adventure are not growth industries. So that I would say is probably the biggest risk, is suddenly finding out that the market that I'm figuring out doesn't exist anymore as such. It's possible it's an opportunity, though, because it might mean that I keep trucking forward while a bunch of the major players no longer feel it's worth being in that space because there's no government money anymore.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I definitely want to talk later, some point, about how you approached your research to discover these things. I know I've been at least keeping an eye on the racing game market, which is not quite the same as doing a deep dive, which it sounds closer to what you've done. And I think I do need to do a deep dive myself to understand things better. I do know that Steam is not really my place that I should be first and foremost, but I don't know where that place would be, whether that is consoles or not. But I know that the step from Steam to consoles is also big enough that if I can't get some form of success on Steam, I'm not going to be able to do it on console either. Like, at least that's the way I'm feeling, and I need to do that research. My risks, the top one that I'm identifying, particularly for March, is not working enough or effectively enough. I was kind of hoping to have the Turbo Boom demo done at the end of February. That was my actual intent, and probably having released it maybe in April, with a month of March being marketing it, like trying to promote it, preparing, and all that stuff. Obviously I'm working with other people, and as I said, I don't want to push them so hard that they feel like they're in a crunch time or rushing or any of that. So I'm trying to balance two things in a very kind of tug of war type manner. But I also don't feel like I'm being super effective with the time I have been spending. Maybe that's a little bit because the article that I spent a lot more time than I probably should have, it got too big. Like just one of those, your grand ideas got too big and you fulfilled it anyway, and that just doesn't do anything. Like, it goes back to your value, right? Just because I spent a lot of time on something doesn't mean it provided value for my company, others, or whatever. Like, it needs to be valuable time. And so trying to figure that part out. I'm also, I think I've been saying this for the last few months, I've also totally been feeling the need to release a product, when it's not releasing products, not whether that means for like an actual, here's a game to go buy, or here's a demo that's going to bring a game out, or even kind of like the article that I just released. Yes, it was a failure, but even that could be kind of considered a product, in the sense that if one of those went well, it could bring in some growth. I do need to not spend as much time on them as I have with that series, but it's one of those things, you live and you learn. Um, and then, of course, the rest of the risks are things that with this area of my document, I don't know if I like it too much because I keep adding the risks when I discover new ones, but I don't remove any of the other ones because they are still technically a risk. Like, it is still there. They don't go away, but all the same, like, so now this list is, I think I got 6 bullet points already. And I just kind of shuffle it around with which is feeling the most important to the last month that I've done. And anytime a new one comes in, it just gets added to the list. And I guess it's good to keep in mind all of the other risks that you've seen before, because it's not like running out of money is going away. That is still a very real risk. It's not the risk of today. It's not the highest issue on my list of things to pay attention to, but it is, I need to bring money in. Lessons learned. Did we cover that at all, or you did a little bit with your market research, maybe slightly, but
yeah. I mean, I think that's a big one in terms of me just figuring out what the industry is, getting a better mental model of what it is that I'm entering into here. Because I am, for years, that's, I think, probably my biggest downside is that I do everything myself. And at some point I have to actually recognize, like, this is the way the industry actually sometimes operates. I did recently, just yesterday, read a piece by somebody who talked about being an independent game developer, and has kind of just decided, like, yeah, the way the industry is going, it's hard to make money at all. And so their perspective is almost just accept that that's the case. And if you're making games, you're presumably going to need to define success yourself. And success isn't going to necessarily be, sold so many copies, making a living kind of thing, but more like I made something meaningful and got it into a museum, or, made people think about what it is that I made and respond to it in a certain way. But what was interesting about their perspective was this idea of, like, what you're making might not fit the way everyone else expects it to. And if that's the case, it's actually got a better chance of having an impact, because if you try to sand off the edges, if you try to do things the way everyone else does, then it doesn't really stand out. And so I think about this in terms of, like, am I accidentally doing that? And am I accidentally making games that don't fit what everyone else is already doing well? Because I don't know necessarily, like, here's ways people polish their games. Here's way people have already addressed, like, certain game design elements, and everyone's already figured out a best way to do that. And since I haven't paid attention to it, because I don't play enough games, then I'm, making things that are a bit spikier or unique in a weird, unusual way. But I same thing. I would need to actually get these things released on a more frequent basis in order for them to have any impact at all. Because it's one thing to make something and feel like, I don't know if this is rough and an ugly baby of mine, but if no one sees it, then it really doesn't make that big of a difference.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say I'm totally sorry for having missed a little bit of it, because I was writing down the one of the things you said on that article was it something special, like a success getting your game into a museum, was kind of an interesting little side piece that I wanted to remember later. So I was in the process of writing that and trying to listen the best I could. But the way I understood it, and correct me if I am wrong with this, it's basically the argument of trying to make unique things that you see as a vision, rather than trying to do what many other games do. Or did I get this opposite?
That was kind of my big takeaway from it. Was this, it's one thing if I tried to make a game that looks like and feels like the norms of whatever genre I'm making, right? Like if I'm making a real-time strategy game, you expect right-click to do certain things because most real-time strategy games do right-click a certain way. They handle right-click to mean something, and so there's interface conventions, and there's certain ways that things should look because everyone's used to that, and this person's basically arguing like, well, maybe you don't need to try to follow conventions as much,
I don't know how much I would trust that particular take.
Well, yeah, they're specifically saying they're not making money and making a living from it, but
yeah. So my thought process on that is it brings me right back to, I guess, sort of the golden age of indie, World of Goo, and I mean there was a bunch of other games like it. World of Goo is what comes to my head because it's the one that I played. Yeah. I didn't play a whole lot of indie games. I was just out of college and saving money. But I did play World of Goo. And at that period of time, people were talking about indie games are able to go in their own directions and do things that, the big companies can't do and all of this stuff. That has always been, to some degree, the indie advantage. But there's also, I think, some survivorship bias there, that those are the ones that succeeded on the mountain that didn't. And there's kind of like what you're saying. You need to be unique in a sense, but you also need to be familiar enough that it's both. Yeah.
I think I agree. I think the way that sometimes we look at it, I think survivorship bias is definitely something that we always have to keep in mind because like the number of times I've seen a game that's like, oh, this is a huge hit, and I'm like, well, that kind of looks like a game I remember seeing a long time ago.
Yeah.
Angry Birds, is a big hit and has spawned so many different ways of selling physical products and sequels and all that stuff. But I remember a friend of mine playing on his at the time new iPhone, Crash the Castle, I think it was called, and it was basically that game. And somehow Rovio makes essentially a clone but with colorful characters and became this huge hit.
It was kind of like when 2048 took off. There was a game prior to it that was basically the exact same thing, and 2048 was the one. Like there's an element of Threes. There's an element of luck somewhere in there. I mean, there's also maybe one of them did better at promoting their game too, but I think even if two people are promoting it, there's still the element of luck with either timing or just getting under the right eyeballs in the first place. Just because you promote it doesn't mean all the eyeballs actually saw it. It means some small percentage, and if you get the right percentage, you're going to do better than any other percentages.
And timing's always, like, I remember, so when I was graduating from college, or getting towards it, there was a big, the internet was still fairly new. There was all this interesting stuff happening. Atom Films was a website that you can go, and I think people could upload their own videos to, but YouTube is the thing that became huge years later. And it's like things like YouTube existed before YouTube, but YouTube somehow managed to be in the right time when the ability to make those videos was a lot easier and upload them and seamlessly and all that. I think, well, I guess, so I guess I'm with the article I was talking about, I think my main takeaway from it wasn't, go ahead and make your ugly thing ugly. It was more just make it your own, because even the big publishers, their games, like, people are getting laid off. There's a lot of money that's disappearing. A lot of indies. This was something else I learned in the last few months, like the state of indie game development. So many indie studios are basically just looking for publisher money, which kind of feels like, didn't we get away from that? Isn't that why we're indie? But that money is disappearing. So a lot of people are concerned about that. so yeah, it was the idea of like, if I'm going to make something, then I should make something that that I want to make, and for the people that I want to make it for. And I I wish that I could do this full time and make a living from it. I think one of the things I am worried about is that maybe that's the state of things, is that like people have talked about photography. We have had, like, everybody has a camera on their phone now, and before that, personal cameras were common, so everyone could take photos. The Like, some of the most famous photographs from people who are professional photographers might have made their the person who made the photograph only a few $100. Like, it is such a hard thing to make a living from in that sense. And so maybe there's like a reality that I am trying to figure out. I think in the past my concern has always been like, oh, it's just me not putting in my effort, right? My concern was I was never focused enough on what I was doing, and if I did everything right, then I don't necessarily expect to have a huge hit and retire on a single game or anything like that. But it would be the kind of thing where I just have to get everything lined up just right, and I can do well and have a sustainable business.
Yeah, that one definitely hits pretty good.
Well, and it's the kind of thing like is that unrealistic? Is the nature of things that there's so much out there that's happening outside of my control that kind of determines whether I could do everything right and it still wouldn't be enough, because it's not so much a luck thing so much as a there's enough people out there, besides competition, besides attention, besides marketing, besides all that. It's like there's enough forces at play that maybe this is something that doing things the way I want to, where I don't want to make money from advertising, I don't want to make money by selling people's data, I don't want to make money by doing all these things that I find unsavory. That makes I'm basically doing game development on hard mode in that sense, because I could make money faster if I was fine with in-app purchases, which I don't say is, I don't think they're sinful or anything like that, but I just there's things I don't want to do for whatever reason. But like, oh, okay, for mobile games, in-app purchases and ads are the two main ways they make money. So I find that kind of sad, because I find almost no insights into games that people pay for, and and that's it.
I think it's an interesting point that you had brought up with the if you do everything right, are you still at whim? This brings me back when I was young, like, I don't know, in elementary or even middle school. I wanted to be an astronaut. I was like, my dream job, wanted to be the astronaut, going to space and all that stuff. I don't think I could actually do it. But what actually changed my mind was I'm kind of a dreamer and a realist at the same time. Like, I think I balance these things pretty well. And I realized even if I did everything perfectly, the chance of me still becoming an astronaut is still small. Even if I was fit for it and everything was like identical, like, or not identical, but perfect, I would still not be a guaranteed shot. And so I chose a different career. But what you were saying there kind of puts me a new thinking into my head as far as that goes as well. Like, if we do everything perfect, am I fooling myself with, I just need to do things right and put in the effort and it will eventually get there or not? I'll go through my lessons real quick and then we can just jump into our goals, because we're nearing the end of that hour. My biggest lesson was nightly builds are important. I've been ignoring my nightly builds for a long time, mostly because they were failing and I was overwhelmed with everything else and since they're failing, I'm just going to ignore them. And that's basically what's happened for like 9 months. And I've always known that they're nice to have, but this was a really good wake up call that they are actually going to save time in the long run to keep them maintained, because I had a very big stress spike when Track Builder suddenly didn't open for me. And it wouldn't, like, I had to go debug this. And it was like, why is this not just working? It was working last time I was here. I haven't touched this project in months. And it was because I changed Turtle Brains, which Track Builder depends on, yada, yada. But had I had nightly builds working, I would have caught that the day after making the changes, and everything would have been relevant in my head. Like, I wouldn't have to sit there and debug it. I would have known the change that caused the break. The other two aren't necessarily lessons learned as much as discoveries that I need to try finding lessons in them. Delegating tasks is a difficult balance. We talked about that a little bit. I don't want to make my contractors crunch or rush, but I want them to get stuff to me faster. And the other one is the very low time or efficiency. Yeah, I just haven't. Something with March was weird.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure where that one goes. Just something in March was a bit weird. And so, what goals do you have in April? Because my April is going to be jam packed and super busy if I can make it work.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I am still finishing up, I didn't put a lot of time into it this month, was my third game treatment. The other day I was thinking, somebody had written up something about a game that I realized I hadn't played and didn't realize the nature of it was exactly what one of my game treatments from the previous month was basically about a roguelite, essentially, and I realized this famous game was almost exactly the kind of thing that I was thinking about making that I had no knowledge of, right? So I think I need to play more games. I don't know if I necessarily want to spend more time, a significant amount of time doing so, but I don't want to crunch and just start playing a bunch of games. I've imagined if I was a full-time developer that I would sometimes take weeks to just take time off, play a bunch of games, and then kind of come back and be refreshed and take those learnings and move on. But I think I want to finish this third game treatment. I've only really put in, an hour and a half the whole month for it. I definitely want to finish it just to get that third one done. And so I guess that's moving into this coming month. And I got to get the game out to the testers. And I think that's like my main goal. Besides that, related to promotion, is I need to. I kind of talked about this our last time. I haven't talked about it too much today. I want to establish myself as a trusted person related to, like, if you were trying to find games for your kids that you trust, where do you go? And Common Sense Media and sites like that are there, and I want to have GB Games be a place like that. So I am, part of my promotion plan is figuring out what's already out there, and then figuring out, is there something I can do that I can create that people can then find and read and watch, and just say, okay, I see what's going on, I want to learn more, and then eventually be able to say, and I've made games based on this philosophy or this kind of thinking, and then have this kind of built-in audience that's receptive to that, because this is what they're looking for. So that is, like, I don't have a solid goal yet for that, but it's
Right.
That's the aim, is that I will say I did have a goal to create like a little booklet or something that they can download related to a topic, probably privacy or something like that, and I never got around to finishing that, partly because I thought that sounds like a thing I'm trying to do before I know why I'm doing it yet. So but I expect something along those lines where I'm trying to create resources for people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't let my goals for April overwhelm you, because they're already overwhelming me. So I'm going to be putting Turbo Boom on a side burner. This is a necessity. I don't really want to do it, but it's a necessity for other things. And instead, I'm going to be working on the Terrible Breaks physics in my own engine, and my own physics engine at that. I need to get my basic slip model to match what Terrible Breaks is in my Unity prototype. I really want those to be pretty close together so that I can get an AI developer to get a deliverable going on that front. I also want to keep my Turbo Boom contractors busy, which means I need to implement any art that they drop so that I can, you know, give them the feedback, which is why it's a side burner, not a back burner. And then I haven't actually mentioned it here, which is surprising, but I have a potential biz dev opportunity where I might do some consulting for somebody to be a vehicle physics / feel consultant, I guess. They want me to make their vehicles feel good, and so we're talking about that potential to make some money. I like that idea.
Yep.
Money is good, but that's going to slow things down. And also, I have like delayed that until after April or very, very end of April. But it's going to pause my own stuff if it comes to like something that actually happens. That pause is fine if money comes in. You know, that sometimes you got to take what you get. And ideally, I'd like to get my nightly builds passing and in a working state. This is a lower goal for me than others because the highest priority is to get the physics working and available for the AI developer to do their work in May. I've been pushing their work back and back and back, and I need to get them to get it done. And they've been waiting on me very patiently. But so I need to get that stuff finished first, and then the nightly builds. I don't know if this is actually a goal or not at this point because I keep ignoring it, but I really would like to be proficient at creating good art. Like, I'm talking 8 of 10 art. Doesn't need to be 10 of 10, but I don't want to be stuck at 3 of 10. Mm-hmm. And the only way to get to 8 of 10 is to keep practicing and improving, and that takes time, and I haven't been putting my time in my art practice, and that's where I get, I'm stuck. So
do you find you do this art practice kind of at the beginning or end of your day, or is it kind of I got to do this?
I find I often ignore it. I find I don't even do it. It's more of I'm feeling like right now I could do some art practice. Let's sit down and do some art practice. And sure. Wherever that is, it's not usually the beginning of the day, but yeah, that's what I've been doing. And I really would like to be like, I've tried to dedicate the very first hour of Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to doing art practice before. That was working for a little bit, but then it quickly, like there's no way I could promise that or try to do that right now since I'm working on the physics. Like the physics come first. So I can't say, let me do the art and then the physics because it won't. It'll break my mind.
Sure.
Yeah, so art practice is likely to take a back seat in April. It's already packed full enough with other things, and I'm well aware that me trying to do even a few days of art practice is probably going to be unlikely to happen. Those are my goals.
Yeah.
They're going to be tough.
Sounds like a good, good luck with that. And I mean that sounded sarcastic, but I mean, good luck.
Yeah. Need to figure out how to work more. And I mean, really the physics part is an unknown. That's the scary thing there. It could be a day and suddenly it's just feeling perfect. It could be the whole month and still not really working. It's just an unknown. And that's a hard one. So hopefully that one's smoother than I think, and we can go from there. That I think wraps it up on my end. You have anything else to add or jump into?
No, I guess one other thing is I did find out about a game developer who did make a decent amount of money and a living, was able to quit his job making a premium mobile game, like no in-app purchases, no ads. So I've messaged that person. I got a response. So I don't know if that's going to be the start of a nice conversational relationship or if it's just a one-off thing, but I thought it's at least helpful to know that people exist out there that are doing okay. And trying to figure out like, okay, what's different? How did that work out? So
Yeah, that's actually I like the idea of no in-app purchase success on mobile. That can't be. I don't think that's very often.
well, it feels against the grain, right? Like
Yeah.
all the research I said like seems to focus on monetization in these two very specific ways and ignores anything else. And I find it weird that it's completely ignored.
Yeah. Did they do like a free demo and then you pay for the full copy? Because that's the way I would
It's
probably approach trying that.
Yeah, it's a game. I would say it's like an incredibly well full featured game. Um, for what you get,
Right.
and it also wasn't their first, I believe. So they might have already had a following from previous projects, but I'm not sure how much that actually
Carried over.
carried over.
Yeah.
But it's yeah, I did reach out and ask like how are things going? Is it sustainable? Because there's no information about developers like that out there. So I'm glad people are receptive because like for a few days I heard nothing, and then it was I finally got a reply, and it was like, oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Indeed. Okay. Well, we'll do this again next month some point. I don't know what next month looks like. That would be May 4th, I think.
Yeah.
For me. Yeah, May 4th. That's what it looks like for me. Let's do that. Next
All right.
business
It's a
review
date.
May 4th, Turtles. Or Indie Tavern, rather. Next Indie Tavern, May 4th. Well, nice having you. You guys should check out GB Games stuff over here. I think this has been updated. And I'm going to take a 5-minute break, come back and chat for a bit, and we'll do that. But give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I has returned. I think I've returned anyway. I see two of me, so that's kind of interesting. Let's turn one of those off. That's cam 2. Let's go back to the game. Okay. Welcome. I'm sorry, Turtles, that I've been kind of ignoring the chat. We were having a good discussion. I'd love to have more of that. American, you said Turbo Breaks. Did I say Turbo Breaks? I don't think I did. Indie Tavern, is that uploaded anywhere as a standalone thing? It should be, but your host, me, has been pretty lazy with it. It was just me reading too fast then. I was jumping around all over my page trying to... I was trying to go through this pretty quick because I want to keep it 9 to 10 for some hard limits. 10 ads. I mean, there's 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Same as always. Plan to Twitch. I feel bad that devs seem so down on things. I'm not down on things in certain ways, Justin. I'm down on making money, if this makes sense. It is extremely hard, and I actually kind of wonder if GB's point there is something I need to pay attention to more. It kind of hit me in a pretty strong way that I think I should probably pay attention to. If I do everything perfect, if I put in my effort, and I do everything good, like I put in all the effort I need to, because effort is the one thing I can kind of control, right? Does that equate to success? And I think the messaging there was, it doesn't necessarily. Like, just because I do everything right, just because I put in the effort, just because I hit all of things I need to do, does not necessarily mean I find the money. Burn saving. This week I find out if I have a job offer. So if I commit to corporate world, else I'm going down insane game dev, roll the dice path, and burn savings. Yeah. You should pay for Twitch Turbo. Hell nah. In this context, everything right is you putting maximum effort. I wouldn't necessarily say simply effort. Like, I don't want to get this construed as put in 300-hour months every month. Like, I don't think that's the answer. When I'm saying do everything right, I mean I hit everything in my head, or I do everything within my capabilities to the maximum capability. And I don't know. I don't know what right is, I suppose. It is a little hard to describe this. Take it back to the discussion I was having when I was little, right? When I was in elementary school, I wanted to be an astronaut. I quickly realized that even if I went to the Air Force, or even if I got good grades, let's start there. I got good grades. I put in the effort. I got good grades. I worked really hard. I went to the Air Force. I got the flight training. I went to this. I was physically fit. All of the stars aligned with all of the effort that I ever needed to put into that. Even if all of that happened, I only had a chance to become an astronaut. It wasn't a guarantee. You know what I mean? Like, everything could have gone perfect with all of my effort and energy in all of the schooling and all of the other work that lined up to that whole career path. And I could still not have been an astronaut. That is what I've realized. And what I'm trying to wonder right now, or what I'm thinking about right now, is if I do absolutely everything perfect, which I don't want to say perfect in the sense of you have to nail it the first try. You can make mistakes along the way. But like, if you do everything good and you are good enough to be an indie dev, does that mean you necessarily succeed as an indie dev? That is what I'm saying, right? Like, if I do everything right to become an indie dev, can I guarantee my success as an indie dev? There's the thing I'm going for. Game dev is an entrepreneur, and there's no 100% recipe for success like that. No. It's not going to be 100%. I'm not pretending this. Nowadays, you can pay $100K for a trip to space. If you pay for it, I'll film it for you. Doing dumb things as perfectly is no use. What if it's not lack of luck, but a blind spot on something that you had known? The game could have been successful with your same skill set and time. Wait, what? But a blind spot on something that if you had known, the game could have been successful with your same skill set and time commitment. Turbo Boom will never be perfect until it has guns. Turbo Boom is not going to have guns. Guns don't fit in Turbo Booms. Weapons don't fit there. It's not a combat racer. We may make a combat racer someday. Actually, I've got another driving... Guns disagree. I've got another driving game that I kind of want to chase down right now, but we've got too much on the plate to chase that down. Twisted Metal When? Could happen. We kind of started going that route with Rally of Rockets a little bit. I mean, we didn't have weapons, but it was probably only a matter of time before we added them. We weren't far from it. It was basically a game of tag or capture the flag type of thing is what we had made with Rally of Rockets. Thank you guys for the follows. Also, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't start right there. I've been ignoring my chat for a little bit because of Indie Tavern. In the Indie Tavern thing, I want to have a conversation with GB, and that makes it really hard to have the conversation with chat, which is also I want to hang out here for a little bit. But I do have a meeting of sorts with somebody some point today too. That's spot on about the skill versus luck. One can be successful with less skill and just good luck. One with skill sometimes doesn't need exceptional luck. Did I miss something with that? Yeah. I don't want millions of dollars. I mean, I'm not going to complain if millions of dollars come because I'll be able to hire out whatever art tasks I ever want. But that's not my end goal. My end goal is to stay afloat and not need to go get another job and have a comfortable life. That is my goal. For that goal right now, we need $32,000 in a year. Ideally from making games and selling them. This stream is probably part of that ecosystem. In fact, it's the best part of the ecosystem right now. My corporate experience has been that luck plays a bigger factor to success than skill. $32K from the game revenue is shooting for the moon, as we know. So you're asking to be a game dev astronaut. Well, shoot for the moon, and when you miss, you go to the stars, right? Right? Yeah. There we go. There we go. When we miss the moon, we'll hit the sun. That's a star. Stars are further than the moon, but sure. I mean, really, if we launch ourselves out there and just start going straight, we're eventually going to hit something, right? Yes, that's how you got to think. Just design your rocket launcher with Kerbal Space Program. I don't really much believe in luck. My point was more that skill in game dev and time committed doesn't mean you know what it takes to make a successful game. So then let's figure out what I don't know. Let's discover that. I am all for saying I don't know something. I definitely don't know how to be confident in my idea. I've been saying that for a while. X is lucky, Y is lucky is just blabbering. Who cares? The goal should be to get as good as possible. That is my goal. Certainly. I don't care that somebody else got lucky or not. The component of luck in this conversation isn't about others. It's about whether, if I did everything correct, I'm going to use the word right in this sense, but I mean right in the way of correct. Does that, and I'm not going to say guarantee in the fact of 100%, but does that basically mean I will find success enough to keep this as my job? If you want my take, you don't spend nearly enough time trying to make good games. You spend 50% of your productive time in the last time on something pointless towards that goal. I'm guessing you're talking about my engine, which has definitely not been 50%, but I could say 50% in the last year because of different reasons. Luck, hard work, intelligence, enough of the two of them. Isn't there 3 of them? Oh, and you don't need the third. I see. Hard work, intelligence, luck. You need 2 of the 3. That's what you're saying there. I can see that plausibly. Kind of like the cheap, fast, or what the hell's the third one on that one? Choose any 2. Cheap, fast, or good. Cheap, fast, or good. That's what it is. Cheap, fast, or good. Pick 2. I mean, I sent the series that shifted how I think. Wouldn't change necessarily your raw dev or programming skill or you making racing games. In any case, in practice, just go and do it. And it either works or it doesn't. I mean, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're just doing it. Yes. Yes, sirree. Hours for today has been 3, 1, and some number that hasn't finished yet. We don't know on this one. But this one's going to be TBI Twitch. That's what we're going to do for the rest of this moment, whether it's going to be a half hour or whatever it is. If people working part-time are making more games than you, that should be something you may want to factor in. Okay. I respect you a lot for what you're doing. Keep going, Tim. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's also short-term, long-term things in there, Bluepin. There's also short-term, long-term. There's a difference between making a game fast right now, which would be accelerate, right? Making a game just right now, short-term, accelerate. Short-term was absolute. Okay, let me rephrase that. Accelerate was absolutely a short-term game. Just diving in, making it, releasing, done. Turbo Boom was put on hold for reasons, and this demo is taking longer than I want. Not all in my control, as we've gone over in the why was Accelerate the best thing I've ever done. I would say Turbo Boom is not yet finished, sure, but Turbo Boom is by far the best game I've worked on. Easy, hands down. Doesn't matter how fast you make games, no one's interested in buying them. Exactly where I'm going with this. You're getting to that lack of interest faster. That's definitely something, yes. What the hell are we doing? We're doing tire bites here, Tim. There we go. This was for You do realize that most of my games are aimed to take 6 months. The only reason we haven't had a release in the last year is because I got depressed last year, right? Like, that is what happened. Technically, I got depressed after Accelerate. The Tropics. The Tropics threw me under a. Yeah, I've been doing engine dev just to move forward with something. That's literally the reason we did engine dev, was so that I could be moving forward with something. It was something that was on my mind, and it allowed me to get here and program something. Whereas anytime attempting to try doing game instead of engine was bogging me down. I was stuck. I could not move. I couldn't even get out of bed. Like, it was bad. It was rough. Hard times. I think custom engines can help sell games as it does set you apart. It can help your games make your game stand out. I don't always do that good there, Thornity. I don't always do that good, but yeah, I'm trying. Glad to see you out of bed, Tim. Thank you so much. I'm all here for the engine dev. Yeah. Sometimes I can handle it. Sometimes it does trigger me. I would like to know what bits, like, GB Games was saying they did a bunch of research in their field, the educational mobile games, and went on a very deep dive. I'd like to figure out how to do that for racing games and understand where they go. I'm still angry this game won't launch. I'm trying to play all the top performing games in the genre the last couple months. But you still managed to release Accelerate even with all the time in bed. Well, the time in bed came after Accelerate. Accelerate the Tropics was my last release. That was in 2023. And then in about 2 months after that release, when it didn't go very well, I had my first little dip of, I'm going to call it depression. I don't know if it was straight up depression or not, but definitely a dip in motivation and everything, right? Like, mental gremlins is what I've been calling them. And I remember asking me what the most popular indie. I don't remember ever saying I don't know to that. I would answer Circus Superstars, Art of Rally. Those are two that are just popping off the top of my head. I might have said I don't know on as far as a general term thereafter. Like, I don't know, there's more. But I don't hold on to references like other people do. I can't recall pop culture stuff like almost everyone seems to. If you've had any time here, the fact I made an April TMNT reference earlier today was astonishing. It's also kind of amusing to me, at least, but I don't do that stuff well. And that would apply to basically remembering all of the best indie titles. Maybe PGRC will get there. Maybe that'll become one. Business review for March. I was in the middle of something else, and I definitely sidetracked myself, and I lost it. The first dip after Accelerate to the Tropics. The first dip was caused by, I expected that game to do much better than it did. That was the first dip. And then I got myself out of that. I didn't know what to work on, but we worked on some engine stuff as a temporary thing. And then we finally got on to Snailed It for the next project. The problem in between, Snailed It then got canceled because I got depressed again in 2024, by the way. But the problem with all of that time where I hadn't been working on a game is I've lost it's sort of what's coming up today. I've lost the ability to trust my instinct on this can do okay. Not good. I did not expect Accelerate to sell like wildflower. Wildflower? Did I say this right? I don't know. I didn't expect it to sell like crazy. Wildfire. There you go. Wildflowers. There it is. New terms. We're coming up with them here. You lost your delusion. See, I can barely even handle these statements that people use to discuss and communicate. Good day, Mr. Gardner. Let's go Bike Keeper. Maybe you lost your delusion. That can be the beginning of something beautiful. I wouldn't say I've lost my delusion, but it's hit me a lot harder that I don't know. I had better expectations. Yeah, because I said wildflower instead of wildfire. Communicating is hard. Didn't we say this earlier today? Wasn't this a big talking point? Communication hard. We're gonna loop this all the way back around to this morning's chat. Communication is hard. Tire Bites. What do we do here? We did Indie Tavern. Show with GB Games. And Bluepin. I am so disappointed you missed half of it. Goodness. Just chatting with viewers. Just chatting with viewers. I expect that my idle mobile game will be played by 10 players, so I can't get disappointed. That's what I did with my first Accelerate release. And you know what happened? It went way above my expectations. It was amazing. I think your current state is really good. Thinking is super hard because before you were thinking you could make money from something like that Archer game. I didn't think I could make money from the Archer game. That is not, no. If you thought I was making the Archer game and thinking I was making money, that's not at all what I was doing there. No, Archer was a support me project to get the first release out. It's good Bluepin missed half, because it means they were only here to tilt half the time. I mean, Bluepin's definitely got some jabs in there. You said it was to fund your Steam launch. Okay. The Steam launch of Archer, maybe. I think I would probably have been saying that more in the arms of, if we can get enough to launch it on Steam, I'll try that. I've certainly since changed my opinion on that one. But Archer was never thought of as, this is going to be a successful game. Never. Archer's objective was to make $1. That was the entire objective with Archer. Make a game, release it, make $1. TS Joss was my first sale. I appreciate that very much. That was the whole purpose of that game. The best games are probably the ones you make because you want to play it yourself. That's what a lot of people say, and I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I believe it. If you assume failure, you are way more likely to fail. Okay. Turbo Boom is going to make $1 million. Let's go. Turbo Boom is going to be the most successful racing game this year. Let's go. Now, make a YouTube video with that title too. You can't just say it, Tim. You have to believe it. Oh, I believe it. Full-heartedly. Turbo Boom will send me to space. I'm going to go to the stars. I don't agree. Most of the games I'd want to play and play myself, I'm pretty confident aren't very marketable or attractive. What am I doing here? DevRoll. DevRoll was business management. That's what we did today. I would call this kind of business management. We are still talking about business. I wouldn't mind... Here, let's do this real quick. You guys want to critique me some days? Maybe you'll critique me right now. Let's talk about. What does Tim need to do better? What does Tim not know that he must know about? This is worded so badly. I could not word this worse. Using commercial engines isn't a thing. Isn't a long-term goal. Isn't a long-term goal. Tim needs to get better at words. Oof. Oof. That one stings. Yes, Bluepin, I understand that. We canceled a game last year. That's what happened. That's why there hasn't been a game released since 23. We also got to get over that because it happens. Canceling a game is part of a process sometimes. It was better to do that than get stuck on it and do nothing. Let's save this as Twitch chat business. I don't know. Terrible wordings, but let's do that. Do better. Make more games. Just suggest them for the list. Didn't mean to reiterate it as jabber, and sorry I took it that way. What does Tim need to do better? You're not wrong. You're just making it for the list. Make and release more games. Check. We definitely need to do that better. I'm feeling it significantly. 100% feeling that one. But that alone is what's gonna how to make a racing game, or this is how do we do this one. What does Tim not know? Ideally that he must know about. That he should know about. About making and selling games that he should know about. Okay, there we go. How to make a racing game. How to make a living from racing games, from making racing games. For me, this number is $32,000 a year. There you go. It can be tough sometimes. It's just brain chemistry that gets in the way. I feel for you. Indeed. Indeed, it is. There's, for better and worse, it also does happen to come from all past chats that plays in with brain chemistry. Just is. When you make all kinds of jabs, and then you try making one that's not a jab, it just comes across as a jab. You know what I mean? That's not to say that I've taken all of them as jabs or not appropriately either. I'm not putting blame, just speaking out loud with brain chemistry. Possibly looking at revamping trailer and capsule for an existing game. I don't think doing anything on Accelerate is going to be worthwhile. That is my belief. But chat has said revamping old releases, trailer capsule, which would be Accelerate. Should also be Accelerate updates. Update to use the major release. I don't think this is a good one. Major release updates, notifications. Why do you not link your game on your YouTube or Twitch? We do. What? games. They're all right here. All of them. Wishlist this one right here. Yeah, they're there. These ones are out. I didn't scroll that far. I mean, you do have to scroll down to get any form of information. I can't control the way this lays out. Some people see 2, some people see 1. It just is. And look at the first panel. So you're probably seeing just the 1. Because you can sometimes see... Look, we got 4. Where Discord is. You saw where Discord is. Where the hell's... Discord's just its own little button. Yeah, we might need to revamp this at some point. Further up. Derailed the most important doc Tim has ever made. We're going to continue. Here. We're continuing. Check. What else do we need? Have I missed anything else? Justin said, I think a self-admitted weakness I've heard you say is your lack of awareness for cultural and... Twitch, stop moving on me. Cultural references and trendy things. Maybe for future game ideas, consider larger market virality and general game marketability. I really liked your viral idea you shared a while back, but ended up not doing. I think after Turbo Boom, doing something like that. I don't think my lack of awareness and cultural referencing thing is a thing I can fix in myself. It's not necessarily where you're aiming it. That's a separate blind spot of sorts that just needs me to consume more things and find the dots. I do think the viral game possibility, which is definitely now past, was a thing that could have happened. It was a possible wildfire type thing. Maybe you need someone to steer the ship instead of you in terms of what types of games get made. Nope, Terrible Breaks is not it. I talked. Spoiler alert: Justin knows what the viral idea was. The idea that I didn't quite share on stream. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of Terrible Breaks personally. I've yet to confirm or do anything on Terrible Breaks, but I would say Terrible Breaks has the promise that people have been playing it well over a year after that game jam. Let's get our pitchforks and hunt down Justin to get that insider info. I trust Justin. I don't know. Wouldn't have told Justin the idea if I didn't trust Justin. Terrible Breaks is my favorite game, Tim game. Terrible Breaks is an awesome idea. If implemented correctly, Only Up was massive success and it led to other amazing indie games. Yeah. So without being specific, which is kind of hard, Terrible Breaks is my favorite Tim game, but I don't think it's necessarily a legendary game. You like it more than Turbo Boom? Have you seen Turbo Boom? Oh my god, Turbo Boom is coming out so good. It needs the color toning in the 3D world. 100% needs some 3D world love. It's coming soon. Is Terrible Breaks like Only Up? I didn't think it was as hardcore with the rage baiting. Only 5 people have made it to the bottom. Actually, I think it's only been 3 or 4, but I'm going to just leave it at 5 at the moment. And I'm one of them. Let's put it that way. I'm one of the 3 to 5 people that have made it to the bottom. So remember that a viral game becomes viral because nobody else got the idea before. Disagree. Terrible Breaks is sort of like riding a roller coaster. Crazy game feel. Turbo Boom for me is flat and bland. Do you care to extend on why more than just leaving it there? Only Up would have thought of doing it because that's unactionable. I'd also disagree. Viral game just means that the game works well in the context of sharing things. If Terrible Breaks is only up, but in reverse, then it's better than I thought it was. It probably is that. You've been watching me, a master, play the game. I'll go ahead and play it real quick because first of all, it's not right here. That's the wrong version. Let's play the real version. It doesn't look that great. It definitely needs work on looks. Ooh. It needs work on looks. Visuals need a lot. A lot to be desired here. If anybody else wants to play it, it's LD50. I don't like color grading. No, yeah, that's getting addressed. In terms of light, mustard floor with barely any direct duration. That's kind of by design, though. I know we're standing different on this, but it is a little bit by design to have it minimal. The color, I agree. The colors need some work. Okay, here's Terrible Breaks. I'm not saying the bland is not by design. Zoom. Music. Okay. I make this game look really easy, as I make most of my games look. And Dude Sword makes them look even easier, because Dude Sword destroys me in almost all my games. See, in this game. This was a game jam. We did it real quick. This is 20 hours of work? You misread me. I didn't mean originality. I meant the idea, as in taking something existing and adding your spice, like only up. To me, it always seemed Turbo Boom, but you're just going down, no obstacles. No, if you haven't played it, you gotta try it. It has a feel to it, and it is... Almost everyone is gonna get stuck right here. If you play it, you're gonna get stuck right here without going over this hill. It's a lot harder than you think. You can play it right in a web browser. Nope, Tim did not. But it's your palette. Your palette. Jam or no jam. It's more the lighting on the palette. Now imagine every... Yeah, that's the way I imagine this too. It's exactly the way I imagine it, Ryuk. Brum brum. I mean, this is too vague. I think there's repeatable reasons why things go viral. Frankly, you can just look at what major studios do, not even just do. What major studios do, not even just in games, but in Hollywood, repeatedly make billions. Proceed to continue. I think part of the way they repeatedly make billions is by putting millions and millions into it. Possibly even billions into it. My objective is to make a game in like 9 months, not from today. Make a game of 9 months of development and make a year's worth of money. That would be my objective, right? That has got a profit margin on top of it. Make a game that takes 9 months and makes me enough money to cover 10 months. Or, yeah, 10 months would work, but a year. Let's go with that. Mm-hmm. That is our objective. We're only going to play this for a moment, then we're going to get back to the document. But this game is way harder than people might... Damn it. Justin needs to go play it. I can't even make it past this first jump anymore. If you reach the bottom, videotape it and show me. What happens? You fall down? Yeah, you fall down and it stops you. You can't just jump to the bottom track. You have a certain timer. Because I didn't want people just to skip the whole track with a lucky jump. They need to drive the thing. It's a hard one. No, not an easy game. Back to this document. The Twitch business chat. How to make a living making racing games. Or, let's put it this way. How to make game in 6 months. In 9 months. Make a year's worth of income. Profit. Income. 3-month profit. And if we divide that number by 12, we get, it's already in here, $2,700 a month. $2,700 a month. Each month costs $2,700 a month. I have another entry. Siphon off an entity that is larger than you. Bigger dev or publisher or even influencer. Siphon. Do you have any tracker? Do you have on your tracker any game that would match this criteria? It's impossible to see that American because just making that game wouldn't do that again. Siphon reach off them. I'd love to. Having them promote where you pay for your promotion. I don't know if that's worthwhile. And I don't even know if it's worthwhile in finding out the risk. Like, I don't feel it's worthwhile. I've had big streamers play my game and it really hasn't wound up going very far. So why would I pay for that to not do anything? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, a game that made $30,000 and you marked down would take me 9 months. And say you should pay. Or pay for your promotion. The name of the game is Other People's Money. I love that game. Use other people's money. Okay, turtles. How do we use other people's money? Now let's go with how. How do you do that? Because that doesn't seem like an easy thing to do. That's Bluepin's current strategy, I believe. Step 1 would be messaging Wallaber. I've talked with Wallaber. How? Throw it into an LLM somewhere. YouTube comment. Rob a bank. Let's try staying on the legal and ethical and moral. Okay? Legal, ethical, moral, like have good intent. Bring good to the world. It's a funny idea though. It does use other people's money. Now, like, put it into AI into the game to get funding. The hell with that. Can you answer how? And give him a lot more help. Here, let's do this. Give you... What else do you got, Fluffy? There. We put it into AI for you. Chat. YouTube commenter was just following the Oppium model. Did Wallaber agree to help you publish your next game? No, I haven't. I've talked to Wallaber about different things. So you're telling me to... I don't know whether this one would fit. You're telling me to... use Wallaber to publish a Tim game. I don't know how that helps Tim. It would be on Wallaber's stream, a Tim game. Terabytes game. For that. Terabytes game. Yeah. I want to use Wallaber. You need other people's help is what I'm getting at. It doesn't need to be Wallaber. Well, I get that. Wallaber / other dev here. How to earn a clear business model per game. Make game, put on Steam, make money. That's a clear business model, right? Make game, put on Steam, cry that there's no money. Better marketing and discoverability. Yeah, how do you do that? Publisher or big influencer is cool too. Make a game in conjunction with one of those. You're hitting very, very close to the idea that we have. We haven't pitched it yet, but we did talk about it. I think that's in my idea bin. Drive. No, that last one is hitting with talk to YouTube channels that are pretty big and see if they want a game made of their content. I believe we have it written here. Game ideas. If we don't, it's in my head. In my head, I don't trust. Things I don't trust. My head. If that's close to an idea, then you have a good idea. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Boom. Bang. This one. Beep, beep, I'm a Jeep. Towing a teardrop camper. Find access remotes. Yep. That one I've got really... like, contact some big influencers that are in that space and be like, hey, you're a teardrop guy. The worst thing to do is have a good idea and not execute on it. Here's a problem with that, though. Here's a real problem with that. And probably part of the problem that I've been dealing with since Accelerate to the Tropics. How do you know which of your ideas are good and actually good? And which ideas are not? Because there's all kinds of ideas that are awesome. I'd get pinged on YouTube if I showed this. I want to show it in the right way, but I'll get pinged on YouTube. So I can't share it. Damn it, YouTube, you're doing it again. Have you used the upgraded plans? No, I don't hit the limits often enough. Doesn't bother me. I use Fluffy, which is what we name ChatGPT. This is called Fluffy for me. I use it like once in a grand while, mostly for fun. You don't know. That's what you gotta do. That's why you gotta make a lot of stuff. Yes, I've got to be in a better state of mind and positioning to do so. I know you're getting tired of me saying that as far as the overall go, but last year was disruptive to a lot of my plans. A common view is to make as much as possible and see what sticks. Yes. That is a fairly common thing. I wanted at one point to make a game a month. And I would definitely like to. It will be overcome. 100% will be overcome this year. It was supposed to be done by the end of last year, but I got burned out on the physics, so we took the break on something. The physics are taking longer than I want. Hopefully we can solve that in a month. I don't know how we can solve this in a month, but we need to do that. A game of not full to Steam, no. No, that would probably be an itch release and see what itch releases are doing good, take that, and then go make a Steam game. The goal for 2025 was 3 games? No. The goal for 2025 is 1 game in my engine. And if I don't make 1 game in my engine, we have to abandon my engine for the next 3 games. That's probably where you're getting the number 3 from. I will show you the goal. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. Release a game built with Turtle Brains. Level of polish must be at least Accelerate, and Turbo Boom is a possible candidate. So long as Tim doesn't just press release, which I'm not doing. If this goal is not sufficiently met or exceeded, then the next 3 games are to be built with a commercial or open sourced engine. I think in 2024, I was aiming for the 3. And that fell apart significantly with Snailed It. Like, I didn't control the mental gremlins. They controlled me, though. Boy, did they ever control me. Way different if mental gremlins never attacked me. Remember you saying 3 and asking not counting Turbo Boom? No, that was definitely counting Turbo Boom if I was saying 3. Oh, I see. You were just asking, not counting. And I probably answered yes, counting. If I was going with 3, it was because we had that one in the back pocket. What kind of technology do I use to build games? Is it free to build a game? Is that what you're asking, or are you asking it for yourself? If you're asking it for yourself, use Unity or Godot or Unreal, and all of those are free until you make a certain amount of money, or in certain cases, free. You have to pay me money if you want to make games. Thanks. Godot, it's all free. Godot is free, but it has a mental payment, at least for somebody that's been in the industry and used to certain terms for certain things. I also feel it's not quite there. It's improving. It's getting there. But I think it's got a ways to go still. I have my own mental gremlins, by the way. I have clear cutoff for quitting game dev that's pretty looming. I disagree. Look at Wallaber. I did not say that it could not make a product. I did not say that it could not make a good product. And yeah, go look at Wallaber. Look at what he's dealing with the game opening up on windowed or full screen. I'm sorry, I expect these issues out of my own engine. I don't expect these out of something that's been around for a long time. I would still pick Unity or Unreal for most things. I would probably pick Unity over Godot at this point. If I was to pick today and go make a game with a commercial engine, I would go with Unity. I know it better than Godot. It doesn't grind my gears like Godot. It's smoother. No. I'm not saying that you can't create something good with it. Please don't twist the words this way. That me building with it has been incredibly like sandpaper, just scrubbing across every piece of skin. Well, yeah, you can make something good with a sandpaper sitting there doing that, but it is. Give it another try. I tried it literally last year. We used it for 3 months. I'll call it 3 months. Have you made cheats for games like cheat codes? Kind of. Yes. Kind of. No. At this point, I'm committed to sticking with Unity as I know it and don't want to waste time learning a new engine as well as I know it. Godot sent Tim into a depression. I don't blame Godot for that. I think there was a bunch more looming things, but I wouldn't say there's not a piece of it. I also blame Godot for the mental demons. It definitely rubbed me the wrong way, okay? It has a virus. Use it if it's what you want to use. Do not listen to what I'm saying and think that Godot is terrible. It's not. They've definitely improved since the previous time I used it. Significantly. I just think there's a lot more that they can still improve upon. At least for me and my workflow. But let's stop focusing on Godot or even commercial engines, because I'm trying not to do commercial engines long term. And I do think that my engine is getting there. You can build, for sure, build games in Godot just fine. Not worth switching. Right. So let's jump into what can I do better? How can I make a living from racing games? That's what we want to pay attention to in conversation. Make and release more games. Check. That's been on my idea. Or that's been in the bucket of things that I want to do. Revamping old release trailers and capsules. I'm not going to say this is a bad idea in the sense of like rating ideas, but I don't think it's a good idea to touch Accelerate. I think anything further with Accelerate needs to be basically like free time spent. Like if I spent an hour and got 5 sales, okay, that technically paid for itself, but it's not going to. I think regardless of art, you should have a hard release date and demo set for yourself, even if you don't share that with Stream. I mean, I have a hard date in my head. Yes, it's there. But it's not like I want a public date. And I don't think, and I'd like the public date to be sooner than the one that's in my head. Let's put it on all of this. Like, I have an edge case of which I will definitely start crunching the people that are working for me, but I'd like to come up with one that's a public thing, and I can't. So I do got that. I've never heard of Blockbench, Kaz. Other people's money. Did you answer that, Fluffy? Because that's what we were actually asking. Use other people's money. Fluffy actually wrote a bit, by the way. Not sure if you should put it on the list of things, but there's a thing you do often where you dismiss stuff based on the money cost. The only things I've dismissed is ads and things for Accelerate. And, I mean, I wouldn't say I've dismissed it. I've actually thought about it pretty hard. But the other one that comes up that's money related that might come across as dismissed is hiring marketeer type person to help. And I'd really like to do that, but I don't have confidence in said things. You dismissed some suggestions that would improve Turbo Boom as well. Feel free to say it again. Are you talking about the bland art? I look into solutions to increase your ability to iterate faster in my engine. Perhaps make your gameplay UI code hot reloadable. Slow builds hurt. And C++ isn't famous for that. I don't think that the hot reloadable UI is as worthwhile as it actually, as people think. I honestly don't. And I don't want to add some form of scripting thing on top of it, which would probably be the better way to make that all happen. Like adding X and Y features to a game that can massively improve stuff. Yeah, you definitely need a... I mean, use the $15 cost calculation and stuff as a weapon to dismiss doing stuff. I also don't want anything else in Turbo Boom. Turbo Boom to me is a complete game, and I have said no to a lot of ideas. It knows what it's good at, and many of the ideas could be okay, but if I added every idea that came into it, it would be a mold, like it'd be a mush. And I don't want that. I don't think many ideas actually fit where Turbo Boom's aim is. Lots of examples, but Tim is going to rebuttal all of them. So this one got into tech. Tech was to hot reload. I assume Turbo is kind of set to release. Yes, but if I was going to release Turbo Boom personally, I'd make the world larger compared to the car to give it more nostalgia feeling. Toy cars. That's the thing. It's not built to be a Micro Machines game. I know that people get that vibe off it, and that's great that they do, but I'm not leaning into that vibe. Like, that's... It just happened to give you the vibes. You know what I mean? One cool example is game mode for Accelerate. You told me you don't want to do it simply because it wouldn't generate enough. Yeah, here's a big one. A level editor. Everyone wants me to put a level editor in. I don't want to sit there for 2 months building a level editor, and then we ship a game, and we got 20 sales, and that was it anyway. Like, you're correct. I am going to say no to this idea, because just because you put a feature into a game does not mean... Of course, I get to say all this again. Does not mean you get money. Yes. If you don't mind paying, I do. There's Live++. I don't trust hot reloading C++ code. Visual Studio does it. I don't trust it. There's a problem. Hot reloading of gameplay codes. UI editing. I'm writing this down more as a just to write it down. You don't need to trust it, but when you just want to move a button by a few pixels, yeah, I don't feel it gives me enough of a benefit in the way that you're thinking it does. I don't feel that way because I have run into issues doing it so many times in my career. So many times have I trusted this thing, and then suddenly, without any form of warning, it just kind of stops working. And you sit there for an hour thinking it's working, and then you realize it's not. Because you start... I don't like it. I do not like hot reloading in C++ stuff, or even scripts. I have a flow that works for me. There may be some places that I waste time compared to others. I do have something that we do have a fix for this. We should use this document right here, runtime configuration. This file gets hot reloaded, and that's something that we need to work with a little bit more. So as you add these little things, I can change these on the fly in development builds. They just don't play in non-development builds later, which is a problem. We need a better workflow with that. I also didn't play Micro Machines, but I saw the recent videos do well in that racing otherwise, though the only one I played personally was Grounded. Never heard of, oh, not a racing game, but same mini things, big world. Gotcha. It changes all of the art, and I'm not looking to change really anything about Turbo Boom. To me, Turbo Boom's cost is already high enough. We're needing to ship it, not keep it going. Where it also feels very much like it's a different game. Yeah, it would change stuff more than it would probably seem. This would be make more use of runtime config, but it needs to be, but also make it more friendly to use. Don't know how we're going to wind up doing that, but that is the bit there. That would be our actionable. Where's the use other people's money? Yeah. Publishers. Kickstartings. Yeah, I don't think we're big enough to do kickstartings successfully. Could probably do a Kickstarter for $1,000 maybe. Maybe. That'd be about where I'd think kickstarting could work out. Even that one seems a little low. Thank you for the follow, you know? Welcome, welcome. ChatGPT is not inventive enough with OPM. Well, that's why I left this question on how, because I knew of these ones. Hey, we got a Patreon already. $500 a month? I wish. That would be something right there. Hell, you can add Patreon and Twitch to that list. Also, Bluefin is out of ads. I can return to that line of thought now. One example is a cool game mode for Accelerate. You told me you don't want to do it because it wouldn't generate enough sales to cover $15 an hour cost of adding the feature. Same with Turbo Boom, I've heard you say to other people. You say it don't justify this cost to add the new features. I will say exactly this. Yes. Yes, there are tons of times that I'm feeling that way. Like, one of the biggest asks is certainly level editors. Add a level editor to this game. Add a level editor to this game. 100% the most requested feature. The problem with that is months of work. That months of work, there's plenty of games on Steam that have a level editor that do not make money. That those 2 months do not say we've made money. You know what I mean? Like it does not make more sales. So of course I'm going to say no to the idea when I don't feel like it's going to come back as a way that I'm going to make more sales than not. What we will do if Turbo Boom or Accelerate or whatever game starts getting big, like starts growing, then we add a level editor and it will grow further. What is the element of Turbo Boom that's going to make it successful? I don't know at this point. Turbo Boom is just in our back pocket and we're going to get it out. At this point, that's what's going to happen. Explosive is what it's got going for it. It's really tied into being boomy. You really haven't raced with explosives like this before. At least not too much. Not in a non-weapon way. It's also leaning heavily on the comic. Assuming we can get the comic stuff going. That's still an experiment at the moment. I'm hoping that that's the way to go. So it's going to have the storyline thing there is more to keep people playing it. See it being useful as long as it's also to help you create levels faster. Track Builder helps me create levels faster. An in-game level editor is not going to create the levels faster. It's going to be a limited version of Track Builder. Why did you hire artists to rework the UI if you're going to get it out the door? Because the UI has never been finished. It's always been in the state of not done. So get it done. Thought you just wanted it out and not change it massively. It seemed like a complete game when I seen it last year. It's hard to see value. Okay, I don't know, because I felt like it was the thing to do for my project. Would be the answer there. I'm not looking so much for the advice of what game, like, I'm not looking for advice on Turbo Boom. I'm not looking for advice on Accelerate. I'm not looking for thoughts on the current. I'm looking for thoughts on the future. Like, say we're coming up with a new idea. Say we're moving on to something new. Not the today. I want, what can we aim for in the future? Advice on these things have nuggets of what you're looking for. Why does Tim think he gets to choose what he does? Tim does get to choose what he does. What's going on in this chat? Let the man cook. He doesn't have to take anyone's ideas. As Tim, I'd probably be put off from ideas if my chat was spamming about them. I mean, we're trying to brainstorm right now, Matthias. And I do want ideas of what can happen in the future. But people are kind of stuck on the, let's add this to Turbo Boom, or let's change Turbo Boom. I understand Turbo Boom is the current project we're working on, but let's look at the bigger picture. Let's ignore the current game. In the whole scheme of my adventure, yeah, people are definitely doing the why don't you instead of the you could. I have a few comments above as well, Tim, regarding my thoughts on saving money on projects. The philosophy of waiting until success to add cool stuff is totally valid for saving, but I fear it may get in the way of success. I don't think you're speculating entirely. There's definitely a balancing and a tipping point. If you don't add anything cool to the game, it's not going to go anywhere, right? But but all the same, I don't think the time spent on, say, a level editor is actually going to be worthwhile until there's something, say, multiplayer, because who sees your levels? Like, what's the purpose of building a level if you yourself are the only one that's going to play it? Or there's going to be leaderboards on your level, but you don't get to see somebody play it. There's very little reason to do that at that point. We need an actual, like, multiplayer loop before we're saying, let's go make something to share. I know I'm picking on one particular feature, but it is literally the most requested thing that I've dismissed. And I don't think I've dismissed it. I've considered it a lot. The other reason it is suggested here more often than anything else is because most of y'all are developers. And most of y'all would be more apt to be like, let me go create a level in this instead of the player. Have you compared stats with other people in the industry? Are people turning on the store page? So look at my stats more. Even AAA games have trouble getting enough people to survive to have a surviving multiplayer area. Correct. Okay, so what does Tim need to do better? Compare stats with others. How do I do that? Compare stats with other developers. I mean, I'm only coming up with that one because I haven't heard a specific thing that you've said that I've dismissed. Your words were, there's too many of them, and I would dismiss them again. And I mean, it's hard to discuss broadly about future projects and ideas, and I wouldn't say I'm qualified to give the best advice on formulating. I already shared what feels the best series. Yeah, this is more of just brainstorming, getting feelings and guts. You could research a game genre community before you start making it to see what drives people to play that game, or what features they value. I feel like I've done this one a little bit, at least with Trackmania and Zepkist was the one we were playing with that on. I'm not touching Accelerate. Accelerate's off the table, Kaz. Nothing further is happening with Accelerate. Two problems. It was choppy and too difficult. It was aimed to be difficult. That was its purpose. The game wanted to go that way. That's the way we went. Like, I leaned into that and designed a game to be difficult. Research a game genre before before making the game. See what drives people and the features and the valuable features. Hey, Turbo Boom would possibly be popular with time trial enthusiasts. Correct. Unfortunately, there's the best part that we could have there, or the best advice I would have, is make it multiplayer, and we're not going to make it multiplayer. We already thought about that a fair bit. It's unlikely to make its money if we do that. It's not worthwhile. We thought about that one recently, actually. I don't know the time trial market of games. I don't play racing games much or intend to, but does Turbo Boom have things popular time trial games do? Again, I'd like to make the discussion against something else rather than pointing towards Turbo Boom. I know that Jessica was making in the next game, this is how you would approach it for, say, Turbo Boom, if Turbo Boom were the next game. But for what it's worth, your game seems to clearly become better and better, especially visually. You've improved a lot, which I think was the biggest weakness in the earlier games. So for the future, double down on strong visuals that hook people better. Have you heard of Blood Thief? No. Any game and dev making YouTube videos, you just made a ghost mode for speedrunning it. We already have a ghost mode in Turbo Boom, but again, this discussion is about the business as a whole. How do I become a financially successful at this? Right? Like that's the objective of this discussion. Nothing about Turbo Boom. I want to Turbo Boom off this discussion the best we can. I know that's our somewhat current project that's going to be put on a side burner here soon, but I'm not looking at changing that game. I'm not looking to add anything big to it. At this point, it kind of is what we've made it. I think Steam is brainwashing people, players, and developers because it's easy to... No, Steam is not brainwashing anybody. Players choose what they know about, and what they know about tends to be what gets popular. That's not anything brainwashing stuff. There are elements that appeal to time trial players, not specifically time trial games themselves. But this could apply to any racing game or timed obstacle-based map. Okay, what does Tim not know? Let's focus on this one. Maybe that will be a little bit better. What does Tim not know? How to make good art. By the way, add my comment. Seems like you're focusing on challenging games. Not all of them are challenging. In fact, Turbo Boom's not too challenging. I haven't tested this theory, but I'm 99% sure my dad can complete all but perhaps the last level. How to get other people's money. How to get other people to hand me their wallets willingly. How to get people to hand him their wallets willingly. Willingly hand over their wallets to Tim. That's what I want. To willingly hand over their wallets. Boom. Open their wallets, maybe? Did I miss something? Where's Jessica's comment? I missed a lot. There it is. But I can hear... But I always hear you can wishlist my game, so they want people to wishlist it to help. Yeah. It's not challenging, but for your games, focusing... Still about focusing and not messing up in a sense. Definitely focus and not messing up. Precision. One method to get a lot of free precision would make the game temporarily free. Lots of communities sharing those. Problem is you burn future sales. Maybe not an issue when you make a bunch of them. I have definitely considered a free game. In fact, my viral game idea was going to be a free game. But I think we need to stay within like a 2, maximum 3-month range for a free game type of scenario. And it needs to have a way that it would feed over. I don't even know if that would be a Tim Does Better. That's what this is about. Finding things I can improve upon, not... Grants, challenges, and VCs are your best bet. A lot of work. Usually don't have the consequence of publishers. Did I jump somewhere? That would be in the OPM area. Where's the OPM area? Oh, this area. Not fully free. Has to be a proper price, then gets marked as sale one day. The problem with doing that, I think I'm on my way to do that on Accelerate in a couple years, perhaps. I definitely know I tried lowering my sale price on Accelerate from 25% off to 35% off, and we did get a few more people buying this particular sale. So I think I'll try 35 for a while and then drop it down to 45 and then do that for a while and like slowly let the thing taper off, because that's what we got to do at this point. But I think if we ever release one, say it's on sale for free right now, you basically put a marker in your little sales report that says, oh, I could actually wait longer and it will be free someday. That would be my feeling on that. Otherwise, you can't share it. And yeah, you could share it in the community as like a demo, I think, usually. Tim needs more collabs. I mean, I tried collaborating last year. I don't know if you know this. I'd like to collaborate more collaborations. The problem there is either a lot more money. Collaborations? There you go. This is lots more money. Or how to trust other. Most devs quit after one Steam launch. Correct. I guess for collabs, your best is finding an artist who can work within your engine. They don't even need to work in my engine. I can be the technical artist for it. They just need to make the art. I can handle the other bit. Like me, I gave up. Am I keeping up with chat, or am I not? He is a go? He's a go. What is it they don't know? How to trust working with a marketeer? That's a big one. Tim doesn't know important context. You need a bigger Rolodex, perhaps. I think I need a Rolodex first, no? My contacts. Bluepin. Justin. Leak Geek. This stream was brought to you by viewers like you. I only plan to make one game, and it won't be on Steam. I bet on WASM and free with support model. That one, I don't trust the support model side, but it definitely makes it faster for people to get WebAssembly Why only one game? Even better yet, publishers and journalists and influencers try to skew towards Wallaber type folks instead of Bluepin type folks. Oh no, definitely. Definitely, right? Definitely go to Wallaber. Wallaber is my role model. I can already hear Tim rejecting, of course, but something like GDC can be helpful in those regards. How can it be helpful? You can certainly hear me rejecting it. Yes. I don't see how it'd be helpful. Unless we're pitching to a publisher. That might be helpful. Networking. Hi, I'm Tim. I make racing games. Oh, you make first-person shooters. That's great. Yup. That's how that conversation went. I mean, I cut out some of the fluff, but one GDC dinner might yield more than 100 emails. Mm-hmm. Okay. Love to go to conferences and stuff just for fun. It's expensive. Is this video clip representative of the current state of the game? The current state of the 3D game, yes, but it's going to get a tone mapping thing that's going to change visually. Visuals are going to get changed significantly. The models themselves won't. I've met a lot of great contacts at GDC. Both led to funding and won a job offer. Okay, this just in. I'm going to go to GDC. Jessica's going to meet me there and teach me the ways. Okay. There it is. GDC. Jessica will teach me the ways. Oh my god, no. Tim, I have an idea. Get Wallaber on the stream and have a competition where you make players, where he plays your game and you play his. I mean, I don't know if it'll be a competition, but yeah, at some point. I'd kind of like to see if Wallaber wouldn't mind doing the Indie Tavern thing if it doesn't work out with GB Games at some point. That'd be a fun one to get some thoughts on, but I think Wallaber's a little busy for it. I think Wallaber would have to be a one-off type, which I still wouldn't even mind just doing like a one-off discussion with him like that. Lots of people... Earthquake? Lots of people go and don't get anything out of it, but there are ways to get a lot out of it. To some degree, you can choose your outcome on that regard based on how you speak to people and who you speak to. Yeah, this is going to be my problem, Bluefin, right there. I wouldn't get anything out of it. I know myself way too well. I would not get anything out of it. I don't approach people like that. It's... Just being at GDC without even going to talk to somebody, maybe even talking to somebody that comes and approaches me, that's a little bit easier. But let's just say just being at GDC and not even talking to a single soul would be too overwhelming for me on its own. Having people approach me, still a little bit better, but still overwhelming. Been there and done that. Suggesting that you wouldn't get anything out of GDC is suggesting your dev adventure will be harder than someone else in your position, so keep that in mind. Yes. I can't change myself on that level, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a weakness of mine, a significant weakness. I'm not... That's also where I say paying the $3,000 or whatever it would take for me to go over to GDC, and it's probably going to be more, but let's just pretend it costs $3,000 right now. Does not mean, like to me, means I've wasted that money. If enough hurdles and challenges built up, it might be worth considering your eligibility for success at all. Which is something I'm considering for myself as well. GDC sounds like a waste of money nowadays. The only way I'd do it is if I'm going to go hand pitch a game to somebody. I think that's the only way I'm going to GDC. Tim, you're lucky you have a company. I just thought it makes sense for you to approach other companies directly, having to do racing and work with them. I mean, that is an option. In fact, we might even be having an opportunity of that sort of nature. But, it's more of an option I'll be looking into as the runway dwindles. Like, probably 3 years from now, we might look into it a lot more. It can help, though, for some people. Yes, I'm not one of the people. You might wish I were, but I'm unfortunately not one of the people that's going to help. Oh. Is this a custom engine? Is this engine custom? Is the engine custom? Yes. Sorry, I had a really hard time processing that. Sure. I don't think there's anything needed. Some people, sure, different strategies, but I think conferences have big costs, so you should only go if they align with specific. I always imagine GDC full of either wannabes or industry specialists and not that many serious indies. I mean, they do have an indie meetup of sorts. That definitely is a thing that exists there, and a lot of people use it to pitch their projects to publishers, but you got to get that stuff. You don't just show up with your project ready to publish. You plan this out way before the event. Like, hey, we're going to GDC. Hear my pitch, and you get time slots with them. Yeah. I don't know how much I've actually taken away here. Just kind of scary. I mean, we wrote some notes down. I don't see any lighting, any stylistic shaders that low-budget devs use to try to spice the experience. Without attractive visuals, and I'm not talking about textures here, it will be tough to sell such a game. We're not going to have GI, but we will have ambient occlusion. Like I said, the color toning needs work. And most of what you're saying is color toning. Like more advanced graphics programming, less writing bullet lists. This list isn't about that game. This list is about the business as a big picture. Like zoom way out. The most admirable thing about the last few hours is how receptive you are. It's a big step in the right direction. I'm not going to say to you specifically that I'm usually receptive, because I know we can bump heads a fair bit. A little bit of that comes from you often like jabbing. And I know that's just poking fun. But when you poke fun and then you go to offer a suggestion, it winds up being a jab a few years ago, I would have been timed out. Not strictly true on this type of discussion, but yes, there has been times. I don't know, Tim. This stuff is hard. A lot of it is trial and error. I would say the thing that I've been aiming to do is the thing we need to keep doing. Make and release more games. I know we got a bumpy road ahead before we get to the point of getting back in a good cycle with that, but that's what we need to do. We need to get back in the cycle of release more games. Tim, you just have to remember all comments are to help you. I wish that were true, Kaz. Boy, don't I wish that were true. It's not. Help, more like backseating. This comment is not very helpful. No, but it's at least amusing. I'll give you that, Gouda cheeseburgers. I've actually got a meeting that I have to go hop off and jump into, so there is that. For anyone that wants to check out the racing stream, I will be racing a little later today. So more jams. I don't know how much I'm going to do more jams. I think I want to get... I think I want to try the prototype some more ideas. Ultimately, I like to work with an artist on a regular thing. You know what I mean? Like, if I could just work with an artist, and maybe we need to... It's a problem. If I try hiring even a part-time artist, I don't know if I could keep them busy enough at part-time. And I definitely can foresee that being a burn on the runway that's super fast. I can't find... That's because there's no page. What is buying that domain going to get me? There you go. There's the Accelerate page. You can create good momentum with a relatively successful jam game. Sure, that's what happened with Accelerate. That's probably what happened with terrible breaks once we get there. Next weekend is Ludum Dare, and I might participate in a 2-hour capacity, but that was it. I thought it was Tim's site. It has a blog and everything. It does? I didn't see a blog when I looked at that, but okay. It does, I guess, have a blog of sorts. Uh-huh. I feel like I was saying something and I'm not quite there. Oh. Bro, that's some business site. Maybe known, but North Pole page is broken. North Pole page is broken. There's no North Pole page. What do you mean by this? Firebytes.com. Broken now? There is a North Pole page. Better than what I expected already. Hold on, what? Click the name of the game. You're supposed to click here? One link is wrong. Underscores and... Why are they all... Fair enough. Not known. I don't know if that's anything we're going to be jumping into like on a very quick basis, but we will at least put that to you. Thank you for that. Whoa, you did not copy stuff. Pasted twice, I see. Has a broken link on the words of Egg to North Pole. Buy it. It does support me. It really does help. Every little bit does help. And if you've already bought it, please consider leaving it a review. I know there's been many more than 10 people that have bought it. 10 people here in the stream right now, probably. Please consider leaving North Pole a little review. We only got 7 of them. We haven't crossed the threshold to possibly positive or a negative, whatever it might be. We haven't crossed the threshold for this. Just crazy to me. But it's life. It is life. Cross the threshold on Accelerate, the OG, we got 61. We crossed the threshold on Tropics, the newest, we got 36. And that's the last of the Accelerate series. We ain't doing too much more there. Can't get past the first turn. It is definitely difficult. True story. But you can't get past the very first corner. That one's... I haven't seen too many people get stuck there. Spent an hour on the very first corner of the game. Not a later map. I am not going to claim that Accelerate is easy. But I would say I'm shocked to hear you've spent an hour and you haven't made it past turn 1 or beaten the first track. Because I've not seen that in any of my playtests. It's literally the widest turn in the game. I beat the whole game, no fail. First try every time. It takes too long to get back to that turn. Now I'm questioning if you actually played it, because what do you mean get back to it? Which version are you talking about? You restart too far away. It's a straight line to the first corner. But which one are we talking about? It might be second turn then. Which game are we talking about? Didn't all the reviews disappear due to it going from DLC to game? Yes, we did have that issue, Decito. Correct. Is it possible he's never played it and just trolling? I'm 99% sure that is right now what's happening. It's a turn where you take a right angle with the first level of the demo. That's not the first level of the game. Okay. We're on whole different pages. And the demo's not even available. So then yes. Yes, the demo had to show that the game was going to be hard. That said, I don't remember the demo enough to know which level it was, and I still suspect it was a little easier than the first corner. I will say that all 3 levels in that demo you might have had some troubles with. That was on purpose, so the right people wishlisted the game, and if you didn't like it, you wouldn't wishlist it and then get the wrong impression when you bought the game and increase the refund rate. I wasn't gonna lie to the players, you know what I mean? The game is difficult. They needed to know that. Yeah, that made me quit. Then the game wasn't for you. Fair enough. It wasn't for everyone. It is what it was, though. It wasn't going to change. I am going to hop off here. I may go racing later. If you guys want to follow that channel, it is over here. We're going to have some fun on the racing stream later, and I might even show you a sneak peek of the pause art. It's crazy that Steam doesn't seem to care how many people refund our games. They don't even make us pay the processing on it. Refunds actually do nothing bad to us. Really. I feel like that's not quite true, but I don't have proof of that either, so I'll go with sounds good to me. Imagine if they did, though. People would refund bomb like crazy. That's, yeah. I mean, they already review bomb pretty badly, so it's time to hop off. I'm gonna go racing a little later. Give YouTube the link for those that want to watch there, and I will catch you all tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. here. Until then, enjoy. Have a good one. I gotta go find someone to raid. Yeah, raid somebody.